Alright, welcome back to the Fire Games. We are shiny hunting for that bad boy again. We did the whole last stream and we did not find him, so we are going to find him this time. Did not get him on the first try there, but as you saw, it does not take too long, so we're going to get after it. And we're definitely going to hit it hard tonight, because I think I've yet to do 3 streams for a target Pokemon. I don't think Snorlax is going to be it. Jay, what's going on first? Well, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Mill says shiny time. It is shiny time. It is absolutely some shiny time up in here. Kitsune says Nick. What's going on? What's going on? Glad to see y'all popping in so early too. Love to see that. Hope y'all are doing well. Hope y'all are doing well. Today was my day off, so I definitely had a great Thursday. Hope y'all did as well. Jay says, shiny Millsy time? What's up, bro? Oh yeah, we're getting this shiny. We are getting it. Like I said, I've yet to do 3 streams for a target Pokemon. And we're getting it. We're getting our shiny Mills tonight. And Mills says, what's good, my guy? You know, just another day, another dollar. It was more of a dollar spent, because, you know, I didn't work, but it's all good. Seems like every time you leave the house nowadays, it's like 80 bucks. But that's the way it's been for a while, so I'm kind of used to it now. Kitsune says, today is Thursday. Can't keep track anymore. Well, you know, for some people it might be Friday. Mill says, stuffed. Had a cheeseburger and some fries. Ooh, love that. A little cheeseburger and some fries. You know, that's what I had for lunch today. It's really good. And I finally got my orange cream soda. Sweet, sweet. When I think of orange soda, I think of that show Kenan and Kel that used to come on Nickelodeon back in the day. I used to love that show. Jay said, nice, I had tacos. And Dawson, what's going on? He says, yo, good to see you again. Good to see you again. How you doing? How art thou? Kitsune says, I'm about to eat some steak and fried rice. Ooh, nice, nice. That does sound pretty good. That's the winner chicken dinner right there. Jay says sweet. Nice. And Whisper, what's going on, Whisper? Good to see you. Glad to see all y'all popping in. 2-minute gang. Mill says, that dude loves his orange soda. He does. Yes, he'd go crazy for it. Orange soda! Yeah, it was a pretty good show. I think it was pretty underrated. You know, I was thinking about a show the other day that used to come on that was, like, in my opinion, goated, but for some reason it didn't work out with the studio. What was the name of that? We're at Home. Yeah, it was around like 2005, 2006. I think it used to come on like maybe ABC or CBS. But yeah, it was like just like one of those, almost like a Drake and Josh like family style like TV show. But it was called We're at Home, and I thought it was pretty funny. Like really funny. And then all of a sudden it just went away. Whisper says, how are you? I'm doing good. Hope you are, Whisper. Dulce says, I was back. I was on my 4-day grind on Minecraft. Ooh, that is a long grind for Minecraft. Kitsune says, how do you cook your steak? Medium rare. If it's not rare / medium rare, you're wrong. Okay, so looks like I was right. I was pretty quick with that medium rare. I mean, I'll do medium, but I definitely prefer the more medium rare. Like, medium's acceptable. If it's medium well, I mean, I hate to send it back, but because I really don't want to be that guy. Whisper says, I love orange soda too. It is pretty smooth. Mill says, '90s had the best Nickelodeon TV shows. It had the best shows, and I think the 90s was like peak movies, in my opinion. You know, I've said this before on the channel. There's one point in 1994, I saw this somewhere, in theaters. You know, mind you, some of these movies might have came out in 93. They were just still playing in theaters at the beginning of 94 or whatever. But yeah, Pulp Fiction, Jurassic Park, Shawshank Redemption, and Forrest Gump. All in theaters at the same time. Like, those are four like the greatest movies ever made, and it's just like you look at like what's in theaters nowadays, like it doesn't even compare close. But there's so many different streaming options, you know. It's like the attention's not in just Hollywood nowadays, and it's like especially with content creators and all that nowadays, it's like attention doesn't, like, Hollywood doesn't have a monopoly on it, if you will. It says Rugrats is great. Oh, freaking love Rugrats. Rocket Power. See, it says Rocket Power is another good. Oh yeah. Someone said that was a show for stoners before we knew we were stoners, which I think is hilarious. Kitsune says I only eat rare steak. I need the iron. Okay, yeah, and that's more flavor. Mill says Dumb and Dumber. Burger says the 90s movies were the best. What's going on, Burger? What's going on? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. How art thou? How was your Thursday? Burger says Mill's Rocket Power was awesome. I grew up surfing and dirt bike riding. Seeing them skate and surf made my childhood cooler. Oh, that is sweet. I didn't grow up playing a lot of like extreme sports. I mean, I played like football, you know, wrestled, stuff like that, but I would have loved to like surf or snowboard, do stuff like that. I would have loved that. Like, righteous, dude. Mill says it's hard to differentiate before on the good ones. Mill says that's awesome, Burger. Always wanted to get into surfing. Same Mills. Absolutely. I don't know if y'all know about I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, but it's like Nazare, Nazare, but it's a place out in Portugal, and they're the biggest waves I've ever seen. I watched some of the YouTube videos on them, and they're massive freaking waves. They're not your starter waves, but it'd be so cool to ride one of those 75-foot waves or something. Whisper says, I shake up the orange soda about halfway before, though. I like it half flavor. Fizz not 75%, 25%. Shake it up, huh? Burger says, good, exhausted, but glad to be in the channel. How's your night, Nick? It's going good, Burger. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I had the day off, so that's always a good day for the most part. And it was pretty chill. Dulce says, my friend said me and my next Friday was bad in football, so we did a 2v3 and me and my friend won. Ooh, nice. Nice. Congrats on that, Dulce. Hopper, oh cow, it's the man, the myth, the legend, Nick. What's going on, Hopper? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. As always, how was your Thursday? Burger says, Mills, worth it. And exciting. Burger says, Hopper. Zip, what's going on? Says, hello, everybody. What's going on, Zip? How art thou? How are you doing? Good to see all y'all popping in. See Oreos popping in? What's going on? How are you doing, Oreos? Jay says, I want to go to Hawaii and try surfing. That would probably be a good, like, that's where I would like to learn at. That's a good point, because, you know, I brought up like Nazar, whatever it's called in Portugal, but that's not a beginner, like, you know, waves. Hawaii, I feel like would be that good balance to, like, you know, learn and then, like, you know, also be able to ride some really cool waves. Catch some swells, dude. And Whisper says, I'm gonna go play some games real quick. I'll be back. Alright, take your time, Whisper. Hope you enjoy that. Hope you enjoy your Thursday night. Hopper says, Oreo, what up? Burger says, hi, Zip and Hopper. Hoping Nick catches a shiny Snorlax because Nick really wants that shiny Pikachu. I do. That is one of my next hunts. So I did tell Game Boy Cardi we're going to do a coughing hunt. And then after that, you know, I can't avoid it any longer. I'm going to have to do the Viridian Forest hunt. Oh, man. I'm going to do it for you, Burger. Hopefully we get it, though. You know, Pikachu's a rough one. As far as, like, telling. Like, to be able to tell if it's a shiny or not. So I'm going to have to really pull up, like, the before and after. The shiny, non-shiny. Oreo says, I'm doing good. How about you? What up, Hops? Burger says, Oreo, super. Oreo says, yo. Burger says, where's Mama Nova and May and Kuya and Worm? And where y'all at? I'm sure the gang will be here soon. Hope they're doing well. I did see May earlier, I think in Game Boy Cardi's chat. Hopper says, I think Burger wants that Pikachu more. You know, it's worth a shot. You know, it's worth a try. Whisper says, I'll keep the stream up on the side. Hey, I appreciate that, Whisper. Thank you so much. Means a lot. Burger says, I love shiny coffee. Yeah, I'd asked Game Boy Cardi if I could name a Pokemon after him. He said, coughing. Zip says, Pikachu? Delicious. Oh yeah, didn't we decide that that was a cheese flavor Pokemon? Jay says, hey Zip. Bye Kid says, I didn't know shiny was a thing until I came across a Zubat. That's pretty cool though. You know, like, why is it green? Why is it green? You know, back when these games came out, you know, I don't even think we called it shiny. Like, we didn't even know what to call it. It was just a different color Pokemon. And, you know, throughout the years, you know, the term shiny became coined. But, I think I was more concerned with my Game Boy, like, glitching or something, because I used to do some pretty sketchy stuff back in the day with, like, you know, the glitches. So I think it had me concerned. Maybe the first time I saw it, I wasn't really sure, like, what's going on? Zip says hello. Burger says, Zip, I'm gonna go turn into a Hannibal if you eat a Pikachu. Oh, Hannibal Lecter. You know, those are some good movies. I don't know if y'all have seen all three. Like, I think one's called, like, Red Dragon as well. But, you know, there's some pretty wicked movies. Probably worth watching again, actually. Zip says, chill, only like the shiny. And, Hopper says, I'm gonna jump in the shower real quick before I get too invested in the stream. I'll be back, y'all. Hey, take your time, Hopper. Take your time, brother. Zip says, it tastes like cheese. It does. So we have a confirmation. Pikachu tastes like cheese. Hopper says, Burger, Jay, hold down the fort. Burger says, we'll do, Hopper. See you in a bit. Ayy. Jay says, for sure, bro. Burger says, Zip, you taste like cheese. That's funny. So yes, glad all y'all are here. This is gonna be a good one, y'all. I cannot believe we didn't find it on the last stream. Because once we go, you know, the length of a stream, that means pretty much, in my mind, we went double over odds. Man, it happens. Zip says, I'm a Pokemon taste tester. If you ever want to know the best soup, salad, or even muffins, I'm your guy. Good to know, Zip. Good to know. Oreo says, I'm shiny hunting while watching the stream. Hey, what are you shiny hunting for, Oreos? And in what game? And good luck on that as well. Zip says, nah, Burger, I'm a ditto. I was talking about this with Game Boy. I said, I tried to visualize a Mega Ditto. Unfortunately, I gave it arms and legs, and now it's a cursed image in my head. Burger says, I'm saying 45 minutes now, bottom left screen. Okay, I think I'm feeling one of the top ones. I'm feeling top right in 30 minutes. So we're both calling it soon. We're both calling it soon. You say bottom left, I'm going exact opposite. I'm going top right. Let's see. Does anyone else want to make a call? A prediction? Kitsune says, are you ever going to go for a shiny Ninetales? You know, I wouldn't mind that. Or at least a Vulpix and then, you know, evolve it to a Ninetales. At some point, I was actually kind of interested in a shiny Ponyta hunt. More than anything, really. But we'll get to that way down the line. I've got to get the shiny coughing, and then I need to get at least try for the shiny Pikachu. We're going to try for it. And then Oreo says, Mudkip still. You're going to get it. You're going to get it. And is that Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, or Emerald? Co, what's going on, Co? Good to see you. Just popping in to say hey. Phone's at 40%, left charger at home. Breaks in 2 hours. I can get it done. Much love, everyone. Awesome. Awesome, brother. Hope you're having a good night. Hope you're having a good night at work. Thanks for popping in and saying hey. It means a lot, Co. It is scary when my phone like gets down like low in percentage, because I feel like the Jordan emblem where I'm like, oh, I gotta like get to the charger like super quick, especially when it's on 1%. That becomes like a whole game within itself. Can I get to the charger fast enough? Sometimes I don't. Jay says, hey, Co. Zip says, hey, Co. Middle right when a wild Nova appears. Okay, so you're not actually giving it an exact time. You're saying just whenever Nova pops in, it's going to pop in middle right. That was actually a pretty smooth play, Zip. I like that. I like that play call. Jay says, I say bottom left 2, but in 1 hour. Okay, y'all are feeling some bottom left tonight. I'm gonna stick with my upper right feeling. It's gonna be the upper right. Who knows? Kitsune says, I'm a Ninetales. I say middle left. Alright. We just now got bids everywhere on this bingo board. Del says this, what happened to May? I think she's doing well. Like I said, I saw her earlier. I didn't say anything about like me streaming tonight. I try not to, like whenever I'm in someone else's stream, I try not to like self-promote myself. I like, you know, someone else might like ask me, you know, if you're streaming or something tonight. And you know, of course I'll answer, but it's not something I'll like go and promote while I'm in Game Boy stream. Just out of respect, you know. Burger says, hey Zip, since you taste Pokemon, how was Jinx? That's a good question. But you know, it's funny because, you know, I don't mind when people come in here and like, you know, self-promote, especially if it's like Pokemon or something like that, or don't even have to be Pokemon. So, you know, I mean, I don't really care about that. It's just, for me, when I'm in other people's stream, I try to be respectful and mindful of it. Zip says, not good, not good. Zip says, it tasted like skin products and depression. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty foul taste. Pixel Pro, what's going on, Pixel Pro? Good to see you again. Welcome back in. Hope you're enjoying your night or morning. Oreo says, tastes crabby and maybe shuckle. I would say shuckle. Probably break your teeth if you try to shuckle. Zip says, hi Pixel. Oreo says shuckle. Perfect. That's what I thought you meant. Excuse me. Burger says Nick. 100%. 100. We try to keep it 100. We try. We do try. Oriello, what's going on, Oriello? How are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. How is your night going? Kitsune says, did you ever catch a shiny Bullpits Ninetales? Could you ever name it? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. 1000%. I wonder where, I'm trying to think of where I would shiny hunt for one of those at on Fire Red. But if I ever found one, I would absolutely name it after you. Oreo says, hey Oriello. Pixel Pro says, how many hours have you been going for shiny Snorlax? I guess, well, what did we do on the last stream? Only 4.5 hours? I think we've been, so I guess a total of 5 hours. It's not too shabby, not too shabby. Oriello says, I'm doing good. Got done with the cleaning finally. I had my house inspection today and it went well. Nice. Good to hear that. It says chillin' now. Love to hear that, Oriello. Glad to hear that. Burger says, Oriello, what's up? Zip says, okay. Excuse me. Zip says, so crabby tastes like a spicy or tangy regular crab. But I don't like crab at all, so. I do like crab myself. Some good crab legs. dipped in butter. Ooh, I mean, that ranks up there with some steak. Maybe not fried catfish bites or a fried gator, you know, served with remoulade, but it ranks up there. Zip says, Shuckle itself is not eaten, but it produces a thick, purple, pulpy berry juice that tastes sweet, tangy, and highly fermented with wine. Did not know that. Well, I guess my kids are not getting a Shuckle. Oriello says, how are you going, Burger? Saw you got them on. I think that's new. Congrats. Yeah, absolutely. Very well deserved. Very well deserved. Yeah, I have some really great mods on this channel. I'm very thankful. Oriello says, I know, it meant the juice. That's funny. I hope other people, like, you know, don't get offended by, like, as much as we talk about, like, eating Pokemon. I just find it funny. And I also wonder if we're going to get a female Snorlax. Excuse me. I think it's a 1 in 8 chance. Let me look it up, actually, real fast. What is chance of shiny, excuse me, of female Snorlax in Fire Red? 12%, so it's that 1 in 8 chance. Pretty much the same as a starter. Kitsune says, as long as you don't eat a Vulpix or a Ninetales, I really don't mind myself. That's fair, that's fair. Because, yeah, we also, I think, you know, as much as we talk about eating Pokemon, I think I still draw a line somewhere in there, too. Like, you know, Trico, I wouldn't eat a Trico. You know, Mudkip, deep fried, you know, it's gonna be like some catfish, and I love some catfish. But a Trico, I just feel like, no, nah. Not because I think it would taste bad, it's just because I really like Trico. Zip says, oh, I'm deeply sorry, Kitsune. Kitsune says, what have you done? Oriella says, what do y'all think the best tasting Pokemon would be, though? Okay, fair question, Oriello. Let's see. Like I said, I was pretty quick to name a Mudkip, because I think it would taste like catfish. For alligator, you know, I'm thinking alligator, you know, so especially if it was like a very high level for alligator. We're talking maybe some good meat up in there. I don't know. For our vegetarians, you know, you might want a shroomish, perhaps. Someone says something about a Tauros. Yeah, some Tauros steak. You know, obviously medium rare. Zip says that I've tasted every mon, but some mythical and legends. Okay, yeah, obviously. Okay, now if we're throwing mythical and legendaries, I just feel like, you know, that's some sort of sacrilegious to like eat a shiny legendary. But a Vanillite, like, how can you not eat a Vanillite, you know? And you're right, you're absolutely right, Pixel. And Zip says Charmander's really good. It's like a smoky alligator taste. Oh, see, now that's the thing. I don't know if I could eat a Charmander. I don't know if I could. Whether it tastes good or not. See, yeah, here's where we start getting into some shades of gray. Like I said, I couldn't eat a Trico, but a Mudkip I could. Burger says, hey Nick, I'll be back in an hour. Dinner is ready and we'll sit all eat together. See you in a bit. Awesome. Hey, take your time, Burger. Hope you really enjoyed that. And Kitsune says Eevee, because just give it an element and you have 8 different flavors. Now that's thinking outside the box, Kitsune. If you get an Eevee, yeah, you could have 8 different flavors. I didn't think of that. That's pretty clever. Jay says later, bird. Oh yeah, and again, please enjoy that. Enjoy that time. And Oreo says, I'm thinking about rewatching Sun and Moon again, but I watched it a while ago, but I remember the major parts kinda. You know, that's a series that I didn't actually watch all the way through. I think, I know I've seen bits and pieces of it. I've watched the first, like, maybe 3 or 4 episodes. Behind me, I have Pokemon Indigo League, Orange Islands, which is very underrated. I might go back and watch just Orange Islands pretty soon. And then the 3 seasons of the Johto Leagues, you know, and then the Hoenn region, Ruby and Sapphire series. I've got, that's like 3 of them. I have all those up till Battle Frontier. Zip says, Eevee muffins hit different. You know, I'm picturing, depending if it's a shiny or not shiny. I feel like a non-shiny Eevee is more of a chocolate flavor, and a shiny Eevee is more of a vanilla flavor. That's just kind of what I've got going on in my head. Pixel Pro says, Appleton is literally just an apple pie. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that might be one of the best tasting Pokemon. Yeah, I feel like this is really appropriate, like, you know, to actually maybe talk about, because we are talking about a Snorlax here. We're really getting into the gluttony. Whisper says, I love Sun and Moon Pokemon. I think it's a solid 8 out of 10. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely give that more consideration the next time I think about watching it. I would like to. I don't watch very much TV at all. Kitsune says, what about, I think it's called Unknown. There's like 40 forms of it. I guess the flavor is unknown, wouldn't you say? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I think there's one for every letter of the alphabet. Excuse me. For Unknown. And speaking of Unknown, I tried to do a shiny hunt for that, and the way it went was I found the shiny before I even started stream. I got everything set up and ready, you know, set everything a minute apart, and you know, I don't know if a lot of y'all know this, but for shiny Unknown, only the I and the V can be shiny, you know, because it comes down to your IV. So I think that was a little funny twist Pokemon put in there. There's a female Snorlax, but I was just seeing how long it would take to get the V. And, you know, here's a trick to shiny hunting Unknown. This can make some, even if you have a console, like, it can make your shiny hunt so much easier. Just do the Aerodactyl puzzle, I think it is, and it unlocks the certain section of letters, because there's like 4 or 5 puzzles. But if you do this one certain section, it'll unlock, you know, only like 5 or 6 letters, and one of them can be a shiny. So, you know, if you do a puzzle and you unlock some Unknown, none of them may be shiny because the letters are not unlocked. You know, those letters, the I or the V. So what I did was I just unlocked this one puzzle that would give me the V and the shiny, and I found the shiny before I even started stream. It was like a complete accident. It would have been really cool to find on stream, but just a little tip for y'all if you ever want to shiny hunt Unknown in Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal. That's definitely the way to do it, is unlock a certain puzzle so you can find that shiny. I want to say it's Aerodactyl. And Zip says I should design a website that is the Pokédex but flavors that is way cool. You know, hey, you'd be surprised. You know, that might actually do pretty freaking good, and you know, people just reading it and, like, you know, just get good laughs out of it. I actually think that would be some really good content, Zip. Zip says, yeah, Kitsune. It's all the letters in the alphabet and some punctuation. Whisper says he has a ton of apple pie. Oh yeah, Appleton. I would love that. And let's see here. Kitsune says, well, I think it's a Spinda. It has like 8 billion combinations. Yeah, it's like you're not going to find 2 of the same shiny Spindas. Like, that'd be the rarest thing ever. Which that'd be a pretty cool hunt too. Oriella says, you're so right, Pixel Pro. I don't think about the Pokemon, they are straight up food. Like Vanillite. Yeah, and Appleton. Yeah, it's like now we start thinking about it. It's like, you know, even in the Pokemon series, you know, they talk about a Slowpoke tail. So it's like, you know what, we're talking about some, not like it's super taboo or something. I mean, it's food for thought. Kitsune says, Satsuguri is a sushi roll called a nigiri with salmon on it. That's a pretty fun fact there, and you know, it also illustrates our point. Oria says, I bid farewell because I will not be talking anymore because I am shiny hunting. Okay, awesome. Hey, good luck on that Mudkip, Oreos. Good luck. Good luck on that. And Kitsune says it's from Pokemon Violet. Yeah, I remember I caught one in Pokemon Go. And speaking of Go, Chris says, let's go. What's going on, Chris? How you doing? Good to see you again. Jay says, Chris, what's up, bro? Zip says, hi, solid? Solid, Chris. Just what's going on? How was your Thursday? Good to see you. And Nicole, what's going on? Good to see you again, Nicole. Hope you're doing well. Glad to see all y'all popping in here. Rand says, Pokemon is for lovers. Absolutely, Rand. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope y'all are doing well. Jessica, what's going on? Jessica. Or should I say, is this Judah? Either way, welcome in, welcome in. Whisper says, I didn't know that. Zip says, hi, Nicole. Oriella says, here, where it gets tricky, though. Would you eat a Dachshund? Because it's literally made out of bread rolls. It's a dog, though. But it's a dog. Like a Pokemon. Yeah, actually, that's what I said in my head before I even read it. Yeah, I don't know. That's actually a pretty good question. I would have to pass just because it's a dog. I know it looks delicious, but yeah, Pokemon was wrong for that one. You know, like I said, you know, we got to draw a line somewhere. We have some shades of gray though. We've been covering them. So that's pretty funny, Oriella. Kitsune says, oh no, I just know it's in Violet. Oh yeah, the little fish Pokemon. That Satsuguri, or whatever it is. Whisper says hi. Zip says hi, Jessica. Solid Chris says, oh, Snorlax. Oh yeah, we getting it. Mills had asked about it, and asked if we find a shiny Snorlax, if I can name it Mills, because that's his favorite Pokemon. I said, absolutely. And after this, I've got to do a shiny coughing hunt, because I've promised someone else that I would. And Burger, I've promised that I would do a shiny Pikachu hunt. I'm at least going to try for the Pikachu in Viridian Forest. I'm gonna try. And Jessica said, yeah, it's Judah. Okay, so yeah, welcome in, Judah. Welcome in. Good to see you again. Nicole says, hi, Nick. I am shiny hunting for a Chimchar and Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. Awesome, Nicole. Hope you get that. Good luck on that. Keep up the grind. The best thing with shiny hunting is just persistence. Just not getting discouraged. Just keeping after it. Keeping up the grind. That's all it is to it. It's easier said than done. Whisper says no, it's Scarlet 2, it's a Titan. Huh, interesting. So it's in Scarlet and Violet? Gotcha. Zip says, I mean, being for real, if I was a Pokemon, I would try every Pokemon, even legendaries. You know, Cherubi, you know. I mean, you can make a big, like, Pokemon salad with all the different Pokemon. Like Shroomish, Cherubi. I'm sure there's more I'm not thinking of. Kitsune says, yes. If it's not a fox or a humanoid Pokemon, I'd eat it. Even the Doshbon? Even the Doshbon? Like I said, you know, I'm all for it, but I've got to draw a line somewhere, and I think it's at a Trico. And you know, that's kind of humanoid, in a way. Whisper says, yo, is it possible for us to do a song request? I might get a copyright strike if I did a certain song. Otherwise, I would love to. Penguin, what's going on, Penguin? How are you doing? Good to see you again, Penguin. Matter of fact, you know, I haven't done this all stream, so let's go ahead and do this. Show off the shiny team real fast, even though it is at the bottom of the screen, but at least you can see the natures and the names of them. We got Nova, the shiny Dragonite. We have Kuyo, the shiny Nidoking. And we have Penguin, the shiny Articuno, which is a shiny. So again, welcome in, Penguin. How are you doing? How was your Thursday? And Oreo says, Penguin. Zip says, hello, Penguin. Jay says, hey, Penguin. Penguin says, just jumping between you and Ribo. Nice, nice. Penguin, if you are popping back over to Ribo's anytime soon, please let him know Nick says hey and he loves him. Hope he's doing well. Good luck on this hunt. Is he still going for that friggin' Abra? He is putting in that grind. I'm so glad that he's been and actually, you know, we have a shiny named after Ribo. It's a shiny Persian. So Aaron says, dude, they trashed Dragonite in the new sets. Oh, did they really? Anyway, welcome in, Aaron. Welcome in. Whisper says, yeah, couldn't you just skip copy-sided videos? Skip copy-sided videos? Sorry, I forgot what we were talking about. Judah says, there is a BRB. Take your time, take your time. And Kuno, what's going on, Kuno? Welcome back in. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. And we're trying to get this shiny Snorlax tonight. Penguin says today he's doing his Nuzlocke. Oh, okay. Nuzlocks are intimidating. So I wish him luck with that. And Kuna says, hope you're well. Best wishes to you. I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. I'm very, very happy with where I'm at in my place in life and everything. I'm just so very blessed. So thank you. Thank you, Kuna. And I hope that is very reciprocated in your life as well. Whisper says, Jesse, are you the biggest bird? What? Zip says, hi, Kuna. And Judah says, I'm gonna create my own account right now. They'll lose the confusion between Jessica and Judah. That'd be understandable. You can only make so many accounts in a certain time frame, I do believe. So, you know, and you can only change your name so many times in it. So, you can definitely make another one. Pretty sure. Kuna says, love to hear that. I'm happy too. Love your positivity. Oh yeah, we're going strong. We got to. You already know, left foot right after the other. You know, that's what discourages so many shiny hunters is they just get discouraged. Connor says, hi, welcome in, Connor. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Mello says, oh, and welcome back in, Mello. Mello says, all the food that my mom for the 4th of July got ate up me and my siblings. Some I might be partially, but bro, my message posted before I completed it. Oh, it happens. I hate it when it does that to me. Well, welcome back in, Mello, and welcome back in. Hope you're doing well. Whisper says, the meme, I'm the biggest bird because she said she was a bird. Oh, you're talking about Jessica? Well, I think it's actually Judah. And yeah, Judah's gonna, you know, change that. And Renee says $100 donated. I don't have the donations thing set up yet. I do have over 500 subscribers, which is a huge thing. Oh, and Renee, welcome in, by the way. Renee, welcome in. But yeah, very soon we gotta have 3,000 watch hours, and I'm at 2,600, over 26 and a half, I think, maybe pushing 27. So we're getting there, we're pushing it. Like I said, in here about 2 weeks, we'll have a membership set up and all that. So again, welcome in everyone who's just now popping in. Whisper says, never mind, she said BRB, not a bird. Whoops. Oh, gotcha, Whisper. Yeah, I was a little confused too myself. I understand. Corsair, what's going on? What is going on? How you doing? Is it just me? Is it just me? Or is this so good? What's going on, Corsair? How you doing? How art thou? Hope you're having a great Friday. Zip says, frogs chill. Frogs are pretty chill. I think I tried frog legs like a long time ago and I just didn't like it. I mean, I like chicken, I like alligator, I like all kinds of stuff like that, but I don't know. Maybe I just like frogs. I don't know. Like I said, I would eat a mudkip, but I wouldn't eat a trico, you know. Whisper says, thought I was being funny. Hey, at least you try. I mean, I sometimes, a lot of times I try to be funny and I'm just not. I think I'm funnier when I'm not even trying. Corsair says, yeah, I'm good. Just wondering if the stream is really quiet for anyone else. My TV volume is high. Oh yeah, hey, thank you for letting me know that, because I do need to turn up my hey, I'm sorry if I just blasted someone. I just kept talking at the same volume. Anyway, thank you for letting me know that. I did need to turn up my volume. I am very sorry about that. I am so sorry about that. I should have given a fair warning. Hopper says, Corsair volume is good for me. It says, thank you, was really confused. Yeah, because I typically have my volume at this setting right here. And I didn't turn it up before stream, so... Yeah, sorry for some people that, had it so low just to hear me. Or had the volume turned up so high just to hear me. Zip says, I eat anything. I'm a ditto. So dittos are omnivores. Whisper says, Corsair, is that the TARDIS, the box from Doctor Who? Speaking of box, I did some research. Have y'all ever heard of a game called Pokemon Box? I'm sorry, Whisper. I'm sorry. But, it's the TARDIS. Yeah, I'm a big fan. And Kitsune says, my ears are bleeding right now. I am so sorry, Kitsune. I am so sorry. I did not mean to do that to you. Whisper says, okay, thought it was. Whisper says, you say it tart-is. Tartus? Tartus. Got it. Corsair says, really hope we get the shiny Snorlax before I have to go to sleep. I believe we'll get it. I'm actually going to keep up the grind pretty fast with it. Fishy says, I'm back. AKA Judah. What's going on, Judah? Nice. What's going on? I love this. Welcome back in. Welcome back in. Hope you're doing well. Whisper said you said it correctly. Alright. Awesome. And Corsair says, TARDIS, time and relative dimension in space. Ooh, interesting. A very interesting topic. Love being educated on this stuff. Elijah, what's going on, Elijah? How you doing? Good to see you again. And Fishy says, do you like my new profile pic? You know, it's hard for me to see. My monitor, I feel like, is like this big. No, actually it's just a standard monitor. But I have the OBS up, I got the Pokemon screens over here, got the chat here. So it is kind of small on my screen. It looks like a blue bear. I like the color light blue. Zip says, hi Elijah. Hopper says, damn, I was confused, my stream lagged and a couple of minutes behind. I was so confused with what was happening with chat. Whisper says, I was watching it as like a family watch. Penguin says, mine also did. That's funny though. Hopper says, what up, Penguin? But yeah, I definitely want to get this shiny Snorlax. I'm going to speed this along as much as I can. Because like I said, I've yet to do 3 streams for a target Pokemon. Which I know for shiny hunting, it could be a lot worse. But you know, with this method, we haven't had to have 3 streams. Maybe Eevee. Maybe Eevee. I take that back. Even then, I think that was just 2 streams. And what is going on? Game Boy Cardi, yo, bro, I was just talking about you earlier. I was in your stream. How are you doing, boss? How are you doing? Good to see you, man. Did we ever get that shiny Trapinch? Cause yeah, I was in that stream earlier, and I always enjoy your streams, man. Always love shouting you out. And actually, as a matter of fact, y'all, the overlay that I have here, not talking about like the Pokemon itself, but like the background, you know, that was a gift from Game Boy Cardi. He gave that to me out of the gracious of his heart. So love that dude. So yeah, y'all definitely show him some love. Fishy says, I have a feeling Worm is coming. Oh yeah, we're gonna see Worm's. Holy crap, you called it. There's Worm. What's going on, Worm? Good to see you, brother. And Game Boy says, what's up, bud? Good luck on the Snorlax, my friend. Thank you, Game Boy. And Jay says, what's up, Cardi? Jay says, what's up, Worm? Good to see you, Worm. How you doing, brother? Hope you had a great Thursday. Fishy says, right. When I said it. Yeah, no, that was crazy. That was pretty Nova-like of you, Worm. Because you can see up in the chat, he had just brought up Worm, and then you popped in. That was pretty wild. Zip says, hi, Worm. Judah says, Worm. And Game Boy says, I still need to send you one of the transparent backdrop. Oh, dude, you're good, brother. You're good, man. I'm just so happy you're here, man. It's freaking awesome. You're definitely one of my favorite PokeTubers. I love your streams, man. I wish I could make them in more often. We seem to stream at the same times, and what's actually more frustrating is I'll like end stream, and I'll see your starting stream, and I'll be like, dang, I wish I would have known that, so I could have like sent everyone over there. So glad you're here, brother. Hopper says, I hate showering with my leg how it is, but I love how fresh I feel when I get out. I really hate love relationship right now. I can see that. I can see that. Well, so welcome back, Hopper. Worm says, oh, I'm here to worm it. Hopper says, Cardi in the building. Whisper said, did you see my message? Maybe. It went really fast there for a second. Game Boy says, hi, everyone. Judah says, Worm, by the way, I'm Jess on the new account. Yeah, it was Jessica, but it was really Judah, so it created a new account just to stop the confusion. So glad you're back, Judah. Worm says, I'm using Nova's summoning pack too. Yeah, I can tell. That was pretty freaky. That was really freaking good. Now that we said Nova's name, I think she's gonna pop in about 5 minutes. And who was it? I think Burger said, who was it that said as soon as Nova pops in, the shiny's gonna show middle right. I was like, this might be a pretty good guess. Whisper says lurking. Hey, I appreciate that, Whisper. Thank you so much. Worm says, it goes good. Good, good. Hopper says, have you seen the Discord chat I made for the YouTube mods? I did not, but I think that's really smooth. That I think we definitely need a private channel to kind of, you know, have private talks. Nova said, there's Nova. Oh my goodness. Holy crap. She popped in. Y'all, that is crazy. Y'all just witnessed magic. Elijah says, I got scammed. I spent $50 on Pokemon Battle and a new box. It was missing pieces. Oh, dang. I hate that, Elijah. I hate that. But y'all, Worm's name was mentioned and then immediately popped in. Nova's name was mentioned and we immediately popped in. Y'all are some absolute psychic Pokemon. Holy crap. Hopper says, I saw that notice about it, but I'm not sure how or when to use it, so I'm going to just try to not make anyone mad. Hey, that's a pretty smooth move. I like that. Zip says he did the thing. Nova has been summoned. So Nova, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank y'all for popping in. I love this. The family is gathering. Jay says, Nova, hey. Worm says, I'm not sure what you're talking about, fishy. Zip says, hi, Nova. Nova says, it. Corsair says, what's worse, losing a shiny or losing the game? Depending on the shiny, I think losing a shiny can be bad. Judah says, where's Shining Abras? Speaking of which, I hope Ribo gets that shiny Abra. He's been putting in some work for that. Hopper says Nova and Worm are on another level. Yeah, for psychic ability, that is pretty freaking crazy. Elijah says, I call that Mother May is coming in later. Oh, absolutely. I do believe it. I saw her earlier, I think in Game Boy Cardi stream. So yeah, I just hope she's doing well. Sure, we'll see her earlier or later. Dara says, I'm really looking forward to that shiny Snorlax. Awesome. Welcome in, Dara. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Worm says, oh no, you're good. As long as that fish don't eat no worms. Oh, I see. I see. You gotta be smart. You gotta be on the lookout for fish being a worm. You know your own weakness. Nova says, Worm, you're not supposed to tell anyone about the pact. LOL. Penguin says, Ribo is over 13,000 encounters. Holy crap. Judah says they're vegan. Dang, Ribo. I hope he gets it. May. Whoa. Y'all are freaking... That is crazy. So, Worm was mentioned, and then next you know, pops in chat like 30 seconds later. Same thing happened with Nova like 2 minutes later, and now 2 minutes later, May. What is going on, May? Y'all have been summoned left and right. Let's keep this going. I think we're gonna see Sean pretty soon. We're gonna see Sean. I do believe. That's gonna be the next one, and then Invader. Oh, is that another Judah? What's going on, Judah? Nova says, no, I literally just showed up when Worm showed up. Y'all got those ears. Judah says, oh my god, another Judah. We got 2 Judah, so we got 1 fishy, 1 Judah Kale. Or I could just say Kale, so we know the difference. So that's awesome. Welcome in. And Canadian. Bacon 420. Sounds tasty. What's going on? What's going on? How art thou? How goes it? Penguin says, so where's Jason? Okay, I see what you did there, Penguin. Trying to summon someone else. I like this. So yeah, I hope everyone's having a great Thursday night. Or Friday morning. Jay says, hey Canadian Bacon, I'm Canadian too. That is awesome. Welcome in, y'all. Judah Kell says, yo, shout out. Elijah says, I say Mr. Beast is going to join. You know, that would be pretty wild. Just pop in. He's like, hey, I just want to say hey. I honestly probably wouldn't believe it, because I've actually had people try to be trolls, and then like they get mad and like, you know, timed out, and then they make fake accounts of like, you know, famous people. But it's pretty obvious that it's not them, you know, whenever they do that. I probably wouldn't believe it at first if it said Mr. Beast popped in the chat. I probably, at first, I'd be very, very, very skeptical. Noah says, I promise you we did not discuss the showing happen at the same time. This was a complete coincidence. No, where like Worm popped up and then like you popped in like right behind him. Like y'all were summoned like just as is. It was pretty incredible. May says, I'm glad to be back. Glad to have you back, May. It's always so glad to see you. And it was funny seeing you earlier in Game Boy Cardi stream. He just popped in, you know, a minute or two ago. And I always love it when I see Game Boy Cardi, because I love his streams. I may have been watching his streams before I even ever started streaming. Truly. Maybe. I think it was around the same time I started the channel, and like, because we do similar things, our algorithm was like in the same stuff. But yeah, love that dude. And Fishy says Tokemon's gonna come. Tokemon, I do believe we'll see soon. Zip says, Jason, with the power of your Wiglet, I summon thee. I think we'll see him soon. I do. Penguin says, Nova? Sure, yeah, okay, yep. You're not a psychic Pokemon. Sure. Corsair says, does Shiny Snorlax look similar to the normal sprite in Fire Red? I think so, but I think he's more blue. Like, I should be able to tell. Grizzly, what's going on, Grizzly? How are you doing, brother? Always glad to see you. How are you doing, man? Hope you had a good Thursday. Nova says, it's a dark blue. I do believe so. I don't think my thumbnail actually did justice to like show what it really looks like, but yeah, it should look more like this guy right here. Pretty similar to that color. So I hope I don't miss it. But I feel like it'll catch my eye. May says, Mama Nova. Mama Nova says, yeah. Dulce says, yo, hi, May. Jay says, hey, Grizz. Yeah, welcome in, everyone. Sam says hi. Welcome in, Sam. Samus, how are you doing? May says, someone ate my shroomish. Yeah, we've been talking about eating a lot of Pokemon on the stream. I think it's fitting with the Snorlax hunt. But yeah, that's pretty much seemed like the first hour of the stream. Like we just talked about, you know, what Pokemon would we eat, which ones would we not. You know, I kind of draw my line between Mudkip and Trico. I would eat a Mudkip, but not a Trico. And let's see here. Nova says, how dare they? Grizzly says, my life feels bugged. I'm sorry to hear that, Grizzly. That sounds not like a pleasant time. Nova says, we'll find out about right now. Oh, really? Judah says, shiny within the next 30 minutes. Fingers crossed. And knock on wood, too. We're going to get it. I do believe. I do believe. Elijah says, guys, I played Pokemon Go 2 days ago, and I now gave 117. Like 117 Pokemon? Excuse me. Worm says, I'm filling out for a minute or 40. I'll be back. Hey. Always glad to have you, Worm. Always glad to have you. Let's see here. Hey, y'all. I think Worm might have already popped out. So what we do on this channel is we like to surprise our mods. I feel like I said this on the last stream. Worm is the president slash mod in the Discord, and I try to surprise people whenever they become a mod. Let me make sure I click the right person. Okay. All right, cool. Because this channel, you know, as you see sometimes, it can really give really fast with the chat. So I'd rather have too many mods than not enough. And I think this is now a good number to have. And I feel like Worm was very deserving of it. So whenever he pops back in, he should be very surprised of that. If he didn't hear, but Zip says, "Oh no, they were yours. I mean, I have no idea who would do that." Fishy says, "Smells fishy." Grizzly says, "I can't give in though. Never give in, Grizzly. Never give in. You're always enough to get through whatever you want to do." And ironically enough, you I know it sounds crazy, but when you really eliminate the outside noise, you're your only hurdle, and you can do it. I promise you. Fishy says, "When you said Judah, I thought you meant me." Oh, I can understand. It says the 0 was supposed to be a... Oh gosh. Jay says, "Yes, Nick." Oh yeah, about Worm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I said, he's already the president and the mod of the Discord. You know, I've pretty much given full keys to that car. So I mean, it just makes sense. I mean, let's be real. I love that Burger is a mod on the channel too. Burger is such a friggin' like wholesome person. Like, it's one of the best things I read is when he's just like, "I'm having a great day because I'm sitting here with the wife and having a good time," or it's like, "I had a good day because I spent it with the wife." You know, we're doing like, he's just we're just sitting here watching the stream. He's such a wholesome person. So I really love that too. Nova says, "This is a ritual at this point." Oh yeah, the whole surprise. I like it. Hopper says, "Just a public service announcement. Please like and subscribe if you haven't. We appreciate it." End of public service announcement. Thank you, Hopper. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Hopper says, "Yes, Worm deserves it, no doubt." Absolutely. Absolutely. Super good dude. Worm and Burger. Grizzly says, "Big heart." Absolutely, Grizzly. If you ever need anything, please feel free to join the Discord, and I promise you, me or someone in this community will always be in very, very quick reach to talk to. I promise you. Elijah says, "I want Bacon King and Cherry Dr. Pepper right now." You know, I was thinking about the bell of the taco earlier myself. May says, "I want my shroomish." Ooh. You know, we'll get an egg and we'll hatch you another one, May. I'm sorry. Hope your leg's feeling better though, and everything's going well with your new job as well, May. Always glad to see you in here. And Nova, I did keep your poem in the description of the stream. I think I'm going to keep it for quite some time actually. If you haven't checked out Nova's poem in the description of the stream, I highly recommend checking it out. It's about shiny hunting, and I just think it's absolutely beautiful. Nova says, "A seat at our table is waiting for you, and a home built of laughter and dreams coming true. Just click to subscribe, join the fun and the glee, and become part of our wonderful family." To illustrate my point, very, very articulate with the words, our lovely Nova is. So, if y'all haven't checked out her other amazing poem, I highly recommend checking it out. And we also have a channel in the Discord for poems as well. Elijah says, "Here, May, gets 2 shroomish." Fishy Doggo Judah says that my dad is for a Discord account because I got banned. I did nothing. Oh, dang. Penguin says, I'm gonna head out, guys. Not everyone. Hey, thank you for being here, Penguin. Always love your company. Thank you for being here and being engaging in the chat. I appreciate that. Jay says, night, Penguin. Zip says, last time you ate shroomish, you went high as the sky. Oh, so that's what shroomish do to you. Nova says, night, Penguin. Cade says, farming shiny Snorlax. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. We're farming it. Call me Farmer Johnson. Old McDonald's had a shiny Snorlax. Who knew? Who knew? So yeah, welcome in, Cade. Enjoy the hunt. Enjoy the hunt. May says, did not. Oh, get high as a kite off eating a shroomish? What if you dip it in chocolate? Same effects? Judah says, I'm admiring my Hisuian Arcanine. As you should, as you should. That's a good one, Judah. Zip says, you did, silly. I remember. May says, but I had an adorable interaction with a random kid at work. Oh, okay, I love that, May. I still definitely want to eat some of your treats. I know your baking skills are off the friggin' chain. Elijah says, what happened? Nothing really. We haven't found the shiny Snorlax yet. I've got cotton mouth like an Alabama farm. And Cade says, yes, same effects. If you fast and then concentrate the tea while setting an intention, you'll get what you're looking for. Dosing is great for mental health. I appreciate the input on that, Cade. You know, a lot of people are into that whole microdosing thing. Yeah, if that's your thing, you know, that's your thing. You know, I don't knock it. I've definitely experimented. It's kind of just not my thing. Hey, there's a female Snorlax. Got a 1 in 8 chance of a female. So to get a shiny female Snorlax would be friggin'. The last time I can think that happened was on our Mudkip hunt. We found the shiny female Mudkip, which wasn't 1 in 8 chance to find just the female alone. Not to mind you, the 1 in 8,000 chance to find the shiny. So when you combine that, I think it's like a 1 in, it's over 100,000 for the 1 in 100,000 chance. If orange berry existed, I would eat it immediately, says Juno. I'll give it a go. Zip says, I can cook, as long as you like Pokemon. I think that website is going to do very great, Zip. That idea you talked about earlier, about a whole, like, website for Pokemon recipes, like, I think that'd be funny. Who knows? Some really good business advice is sometimes be different, be outlandish, be wild, be spontaneous. Nova says, the sun climbs high to greet the day as kindred spirits find their way. With hands held out and hearts set wide, in this warm home we all reside. A tapestry of souls, so bright, sharing laughter, truth, and light. Short the time, but long the glow of seeds of friendship that we sow. Beautiful, Nova. Freaking beautiful. You always hit that on point. May says, the kid saw my face and asked if those were my battle marks. And I said yes. And said that means I'm strong enough to push through. And kids looked amazing. It was May, that is by far the best thing I've read so far on this stream. Because I know you hate the scar on your face. When everyone here has assured you it doesn't matter. And for you to have that kind of reaction, to take something and turn it around like that, that is friggin', That is mental strength beyond belief, and I wish I had that. That is the best thing I've read by far, probably all week on stream. So that is absolutely adorable. I love that, May. Judah says, I found a Munchlax. Oh, nice, Judah. It's always a good find, whether it's a shiny or not. And Zay, what's going on, Zay? I hope I'm saying that right. Zay Liana. But welcome in, welcome in. And Eater, what's going on? Are you going to be trying for shiny Kabuto? Ooh, that is a good one. That is the fossil that I picked. Yeah, actually. So I've got a few hunts lined up already after this. I promised Game Boy Cardi I would name him after a shiny coughing. I promised Burger I'm going to do a shiny Pikachu hunt. I'm going to at least try. And then I think there's another hunt I told someone else I would do, but Kabuto sounds, I mean, oh my god, that's one of the best shinies, period. So yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Nova says, that's adorable, May. Kate says, I love the poetry, Nova. Yeah, Nova's poetry is friggin' on point. Precision on point. Zip says, hey, Zay. Jay says, nice, Nova. Nova says, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy that, Cade. And again, welcome in, welcome in. May says, that kid knew something. I love it. Jay says W, May. I know, like, really, that melted my heart. That was amazing. Eater said, Kabuto is my all-time favorite, so hopefully I catch that stream. So I'll make you a deal. I'll name the shiny after you, Eater Bowl. Is there a specific, like, do you want me to name it Eater Bowl? I'm not even sure if I'm saying that right. Or do you want me to name it something else? If when I do that stream, now mind you, this could be in another like 2 weeks or so. You know, who knows? But you know, time will march on, and we'll get there. So, yeah, what would you want it to be named if we did one? May says, I hate my scars, but that kid's reaction worth more than any way to hide it. You know, I mean, I'm very aware that, you know, you have insecurities about it, and for you to show that, to handle it that way is really, really impressive, May. Like, I have so much love for you for that. That is amazing. Really proud of you. And because you know this kid is like, you know, as we're children, like, it's not like you told him a lie. I mean, you actually told him the truth. I mean, it means you are strong enough to lead the way, because you are a leader, May. Lots of y'all are leaders. So it speaks a lot of volume within itself. And yeah, in that kid's imagination, I mean, you know, you are strong enough. You've sent that message across, so I love that. And Wesley says hi. Welcome in, Wesley. Hope you're having a good night. Zip says hi, Wesley. And Eater says, Eater Bowl would be cool, or whatever, no worries. It's like eternal, but if there was a typo, eternal, but if there's a typo, Ebernal. Yeah, I think I'm butchering it even worse. It's an inside joke. Okay, gotcha. Either way, yeah, we'll name it that. Yeah, I got you. May says, let's just say I was crying in the break room for a while after. Oh, I'm sorry, May. Elijah says the kid was so innocent. Of course, you know, kids are curious. You know, they're gonna ask questions. You know, but for you to be able to twist that back around and make that your superpower is the kind of like life I wish I could like manifest destiny in everything. So for you to say that, May, I mean, thank you for sharing that. Like I said, that's one of the best things I've read on stream, if not just tonight, like all week as well. May says, I hope that kid keeps that attitude for the rest of his life. Oh. And Elijah says, agreed. The kid says, do you not get bored of restarting the game over and over? No, because thankfully, like, this community here is like so engaging. You know, I was talking to my friend earlier about, you know, streaming. You know, he's just kind of getting into it. And I was telling him, I was just like, you know, I did, you know, some time as talking to the void, but that was my advice to him. It's just always be talking, be engaging about something. So, you know, when people pop in, they can be engaging as well. And this chat keeps me entertained. I mean, y'all entertain me more than I think I entertain y'all sometimes. So yeah. Eatable says that may your scars are a part of you, but they don't define you. Your strength definitely shines through, and it's beautiful. Very well said. Very well said, Eaterball. Yeah, I'm so glad we're naming a shiny after you at some point. And that was very well deserved after that compliment. So, absolutely. In words of Mewtwo, well, let's pull up Mewtwo for this one. I realize now the circumstances of one's birth is irrelevant. It's what you do with the great gift of life that defines who you are. That was a Mewtwo poet right there. May says, I'll say my battle scars look amazing. That's what I was like when you first told me about him, May. Like that's what I'm pretty sure I said was like those are battle scars. Like that is like so cool, and like it makes you like unique in such a like a beautiful way to someone that like truly like cares for you, like about who you are. Someone like it's not gonna matter. If anything, it's gonna like truly exacerbate your true beauty. Is the best way I can describe it. May says, I just realized it. I'm glad, May. I'm glad you're dealing with that in a very positive way, because I know what kind of insecurities you've had about it. Understandably so too. I'm glad you handled that really well. Jade, welcome in, Jade. Good to see you. It says, hey Nick, hey chat. Welcome in, Jade. Always good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Elijah says, you're so lucky to be seeing kids that nice. My brother breaks my stuff. Is this mean to me? And he's only 7, and I'm older. Well, sometimes it just takes, you know, a little patience and direction. So I love that for you, May. And this kid says, what are you going to name it? Well, Mills asked for the shiny hunt, or he at least asked about it, and then did ask if we would name it Mills, you know, if we find it. Because we name our shiny Pokemon after y'all. For example, we have Nova here, named after a shiny Dratini, which is now a shiny Dragonite. That was Kuyo, our shiny Nidoking, or Nidoran that was found in the Safari Zone, believe it or not. Penguin, named after a shiny Articuno. Char plays Pokemon, named after our starter. Jay, one of the great mods on the channel, named after a Hitmonlee, one of my favorites. So it's hard for me to put it in the PC. We got some great legendaries on this team. To illustrate my point, the newest addition to the team is Worm, who we did make a mod on the channel, so it should be a good surprise for him whenever he pops back in. May says, I'm not going to hide him anymore because of that child, but the nice thing is that a kid's a regular customer, so I hope to see him again more often. Good, May. Good. I love that. Frank says, I have a favor to ask. I know I'm new. Okay. I hope I can accommodate. Frank. Newman. Welcome in, by the way. Welcome in. Judah says, I have not said anything so far. Hey, I appreciate you being here, Judah. Means a lot. Fishy Doggo Judo. The name is sick, by the way. The name is sick. This kid says Sonic is the perfect name. Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, I was thinking Usain Bolt was a good name for Shiny Snorlax. Elijah says, if you ever find a blue shiny, can you name it after me? Okay. Down the road, if we find a blue shiny, because I do a lot of route hunting. Sometimes I'll just find like the most random shiny. You know, I've been talking about doing a Ponyta hunt. And the flames on Ponyta are blue. Oreo says, I'm back to say, name the Snorlax Oreo because Oreo is a type of junk food. It's a good one. Yeah, like I said, Mills asked for the hunt like probably a week or two ago. Asked if we were going to do one, and then asked if I did, because I think I told him I was kind of thinking about it, and he said, well, if you did, would you name it Mills? So that's how we got here. And I do have at least two that I can think of right off rip that I have to hunt for after this. A Coughing for Game Boy Cardi and Pikachu for Burger. And now I think we're getting another one lined up, the Kabuto, I mean. May says, also, having a scar across my face looks sick. I'm trying to tell you, May, like, that's a freaking awesome look. Freaking awesome look. Frank says, and Body Slam. Body Slam's a good one. Oreo says, and Snorlax looks like they would eat junk food and Oreos. And all kinds of stuff, too. Probably an omnivore. Jay says, yay! Frank says, it only learns Headbutt in Gen 3. Which is confusing, like, a lot of people consider this game here Fire Red, you know, Gen 1, but it's not Gen 1 to me. I consider this Gen 3. But it is Kanto region. Black Mark, hey, welcome back. Says you still shiny hunting Snorlax? Yeah, we're still going at it. It's turned to being one of our longer hunts, but we ain't doing 3 streams for it. We're finding it this stream. Shiny says, did he get the lax? Hey, what's going on? What's going on, Shiny? What's going on? How you doing? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Jay says, hey, Shiny. Not yet. Not yet. That's right, because we will get it. Just not yet. Frank says, Headbutt is good because it causes flinching and it has body slam to paralyze, then rest and sleep talk. You know, so you just brought up a really good point. I may not, like, I'm going to pretty much paralyze him if I can, but I'm not going to try to, like, waste turns and, like, try and get his health down. I'm just going to start spamming Ultra Balls. I think we still got like 60 of them after the Mewtwo hunt, so we should be fine. Really Hal says, how different is the shiny Snorlax? Well, if you look at here, there's a little Snorlax thing I put. He should be close to that blue. I'm hoping he's close to that blue. Sometimes I get surprised, but yeah, welcome in, really. May says, but the doctors found a treatment for my leg. That's freaking great news, May. That's awesome news, mate. You've been popping in with some really great news lately, so I love that. I hope that continues, mate. And Fishy says, I found a Snorlax. Ooh, nice. Where'd you find it at? Mills says, show me the shiny. Welcome back in, Mills. Welcome back in. Yeah, people were suggesting names for the shiny, excuse me, the shiny Snorlax, and I said, nah, Mills asked about this hunt weeks ago and asked, you know, if I would name it Mills. I'm going to honor that. So welcome back in, Mills. Excuse me. Nova says, oh, that's awesome to hear, man. Frank says, I'm hoping the nature is adamant. Being Nick, I like jolly and naughty. You know, like old St. Nick. Puns. Elijah says, hey, May, I wasn't here when you told the story. How'd you get the scar? Really says, I got a Chauncey with a lucky egg in the first 5 I caught. Oh, that's really nice. That's really nice. Really says, damn, I didn't see that. And Go Get a Evolution says, I'm playing Pokemon Fire Red. Hey, so are we. So are we. Let's see here. There we go. So good luck on that. Hope you're enjoying it. And welcome in, by the way. Evolution. Frank says, it's light baby blue, I know, because it's my favorite. Okay, awesome. John Doe says, congrats on finding that Mewtwo. Sucks I missed it. Well, I'm glad you're here now. Glad you're here now. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great Thursday night. May says, Elijah, I got hit by a car, and that's what happened. Thank you for sharing with that, May. Elijah says, oh. Black says, I called mine Biggie Smalls. He looked like Biggie. Hey. That is a good one. I was listening to some Tupac earlier. All eyes on me. Elijah says, sorry to hear. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm glad you handled that so well, May. I'm so proud of you. Frank says, I think Brave is also okay. Yeah, Brave's a really good one. Wasn't that our, well, I'm gonna take a peek real quick. Wasn't that our Charizard? Yeah, our Charizard's Brave, which I was like, oh, big W. His stats are pretty legit too. Just to be level 50. Shiny says, we talking about scars. Is the Joker in the chat? May says, it's all good. I basically am May in real life. That's pretty funny. You are May. We know you as May from Hoenn and nothing else. Don't let Ash get near your bicycle. Boom. Speaking of which, I figure if I turn the hat some way different, we might have some kind of different look. Sometimes it happens like that. And Judah says, oh dang, I made the Snorlax faint. No. It's a rough one because, you know, he'll use rest and just get it back up. So yeah, it's a dangerous little game. That's why I'm just going to spam Ultra Balls on him. Nova says, okay, I'm back. Sorry, I've been working on a poem and just finished it, posted it. I really like it and it kind of hits the soul, you know? Oh, those are the good ones. That really tear your heart out. Kind of like singing, when you just like really sing it good. Tear your heart out on it. And like afterwards you can be like almost like, whoa. So that's awesome, Nova. Can't wait to read it. Frank says, it's bad for him because it lowers speed but buffs attack. And those are the most two important in my opinion, is speed and attack. Special attack too, but Elijah says, you know what's kind of funny? Because I am on Pokemon Advance right now, well, watching the show at least. Oh really? Pokemon Advanced? That's Generation 3, right? So that's really cool, Elijah. Hope you're enjoying that. Frank says, but for Snorlax it's okay. That makes sense because, you know, his speed's already going to be pretty low. So it could use a boost, but I think I would actually rather give him even more defense. Because that's probably what I'm going to like utilize him for, is just like, you know, because his HP is insane. May says, I got the buff as a Torchic to help. Ooh, Torchic. Torchic. You know, we haven't had a barbecue in a while. You interested in maybe a spicy Torchic barbecue, man? Elijah says yeah. Frank says Pokemon Advance has the best opening. I like Pokemon Johto. That Pokemon Johto. It's a whole new world we live in. Something like that. I didn't sing my heart out on that one, but it goes something like it's a brand new place Whole new attitude, but you still gotta catch them all and be the best that you can be. Pokemon Johto. I really like that one. That was pretty catchy. Elijah says it's Gen 3. Nice, nice. Elijah says Frank saying facts. Judah says born to be a winner. Love it, love it. Because I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. Elijah says born to be a champion. Nice, nice. Worm says I return. He's back in black. And Worm also says, hold on, let's time it. Pow. So yeah, welcome back, Worm. Welcome back. How art thou? Hopper says, Worm, looking good, brother. Looking good. And Worm says, and I'm a YouTube mod now? Cool. Yes, yes. I'm glad it surprised you. Yes. Because you just, I think, popped out. And I was like, hey. I lowered my voice and everything, like so, like maybe you wouldn't hear or something. But I was like, hey, y'all. I'm gonna surprise Worm with becoming a mod. He's the president and the mod of the Discord. Really great dude, very deserving. So you know, as like Nova says, it's kind of like a rite of passage to become a mod on this channel. I kind of surprise you with it, and rather have too many mods than not enough. And on the last stream we made Burger a mod, and I just kind of felt like, you know, when I did it, I was like, you know, I also need to surprise Burger at some point. So I'm glad I got to do that. And again, thank you for everything you do for this channel, Worm. It means the world to me, brother. Not for just this YouTube channel, but the Discord as well, brother, man. It's hard to put into words how appreciative I am of that too. Elijah says how to be a YouTube mod. You just pretty much just be a regular, and then, you know, you gotta be trusted. You know, a lot of people ask me, like, can I be a mod? And you know, the answer is probably always going to be 99% of the time a hard no, a soft no. Don't, but it's hard. You know, it's not going any further than no. It's just kind of something that you're going to be surprised with one day, and that's all it is. May says funny thing. So I made May's red white hair bow headband, and I wear it so casually. So you are May from Hoenn, and look like May from Hoenn. Elijah says, yo May, that's sick. Judah says, translation, fishy and worms are having the best time. Who knew? Who knew? That is crazy. Worm says, thank you. I'm glad I trusted enough to be a mod and protect this community. Absolutely, Worm. Absolutely. And it was very well received by the community as well, when I kind of said that we're going to surprise you with becoming a mod, because you are just a super dude, Worm. A super dude. Or should I say a super worm. And Henry says, hey, welcome back in, Henry. Hope you're doing well. Says my mom's friend told me she thinks it's a good time to buy stock in GameStop. Should I believe her? She knows a guy who rides a motorcycle with a bucket seat on the side. Well, no, that's pretty convincing. But that shit might have sold. I don't know. I did watch the movie called Dumb Money, where that dude got rich off of GameStop, but I don't know if now. And let's see here. Elijah says, I see, thanks. That's all I want to know. Worm says, evil laugh on top of my giant concrete podium to take over the world. Nova says, anyway, I'm gonna head out. I kind of drained, didn't really sleep well. Hey, thank you for being here, Nova. It means a lot. Hopper says, LOL. Elijah says, Worm, no, but hey, thank you for being here, Nova. That means so much to me. It always does. Corsair says the existence of Nick's Fire Games implies the existence of Nick's Ice Gaming. Is Nick's a secret figure skater? We'll never know. That does like something I would do, like kind of cover it up. Worm says, have a good night, Nova. Hopper says, night, Nova, much love. And Fishy says, I just ran over a shiny. You ran over a shiny? How can you do that? And Worm says, I sent you a new overlay, should work better. Hey, thank you, Game Boy. Good to see you. Good to see you again, man. And y'all, if y'all haven't checked out Game Boy Cardi, please go check out his streams, his content. Amazing PokeTuber. If you like what I do, you'll probably love his stream as well. So, welcome in. And dude, thank you so much, man. Dude, that's freaking awesome of you. Because, like I said earlier, the background of this stream, he sent that to me as a gift. And the gracious of his heart. So good to see you, brother. And Jay says, good night, Nova. Yeah, again, have a good night, Nova. We always love having you here. Corsair says, I gotta get some sleep too. I'll still listen, but when I leave is usually when the shiny, so good luck. Hey, thank you for being here, Corsair. It didn't happen that way last night. Henry says, like and subscribe. Hey, thank you for reminding people, Henry. Thank you. May says, can I please be May Kit? Absolutely, May. I would love nothing more. Worm says, Nick has an evil twin who's cold all the time. I know, right? Just a complete ass he is. Worm says, no, you're emo Mudkip, May. Ooh, even better. May says, yay. Nova says, night, everyone. Again, thank you. Thank you, Nova. We always love having you here. If y'all haven't checked out Nova's poem in the bottom of the description of the stream, I highly recommend checking it out. It's a beautiful shiny hunting poem, and I just think it's so beautiful and gorgeous and deserve to be in the description of the stream. And Game Boy says, of course. Hey, thank you again, Game Boy Cardi. You're a dude, man. You are a dude. Again, y'all, if y'all haven't checked out Game Boy Cardi, highly recommend doing it. You'll see people like me in there. You'll see people like May in there. Maybe even Jay and Hopper. So, check it out. Frank says Bitcoin's up a bit. Okay. Okay. Noted. May says Kip. Grizzly says, I have a chip. 666 on my face front. Really? May says, Kip. Mud. Hopper says, Cardi is the man. Yeah, no, absolutely. He's a freaking dude, man. That's so kind of him to be supportive of this channel and to help me grow and to make the stream better. Like, dude, amazing. And let's see here. May says close knit. Mudkip. Kip. Elijah says, oh no, she gone full Mudkip. There ain't no coming back. Ditto says, sleepy deepy. Snorly soon be shiny. I think so, Ditto. And welcome in, Ditto. Ditto the copy. That's awesome. Freaking love that. Let's help Ditto. Grizzly says, just kidding, bro. Oh, I took you serious. Hopper says, hello, Ditto. May says, flips hair. Kip. Game Boy says, always awesome to catch a stream. Dude, I love your streams, man. Yours are lit. I think one of my favorite Game Boy Cardi stream moments was when you found that shiny Ivysaur or Bulbasaur, and it was like the third one, you know, you found. We were shiny hunting for something else, and you rage quitted like that one and went to another one. It was just hilarious, man. I literally was laughing for a good 5-10 minutes. So I always enjoy your reactions, man, whether you find a shiny or just find the wrong shiny. Love your streams, brother. Nova says, oh, before I forget, Nick, you're at 522 subs. Thank you, Nova. Thank you for giving me an update on that. That's that's freaking wild too. That's awesome. So thank y'all so much. Frank says, is there a normal rate to catch a shiny? Well, in this game it's a 1 in 8,000 chance, and so with 6 screens at the speed I run, honestly sometimes the average is about 2 hours, 2 to 3. Eturbo says, did someone let a Mudkip loose up in here? Yeah, someone did. It was me. But it's a shiny, you know. Nova says, anyways, Nova out. Now she went out with a bang. That was awesome. As she should. May says, flips mini black emo bangs. like those kind of bangs. And May says, Kip. Elijah says, oh my god, the emo, it's infectious. You mean I'm gonna catch the emo too? Ditto says, full odd shiny is crazy. Yeah, I don't know if I can consider this a full odd shiny, but hey, it's a shiny. And the crazy thing is, it can be put back on the cartridge. And then, you know, put it on my console and then, you know, go to the park and find a wife. Be like, hey baby, check out this shiny. I'm just kidding, I would never do that. Game Boy says, laugh my ass off. It's rare we are upset with that shiny, but it does happen. You know, after we find the shiny Snorlax, the hunt that has set up for us is a shiny Slugma hunt, because shiny Slugma is my favorite Pokemon. So, and we're going to Fire Path and Pokemon Ruby for it. I've already found 2 shiny Coughings there, 2 shiny Torkoals. Oh, and by the way, Game Boy, the next stream that we're doing is a shiny Coughing hunt in this game, Pokemon Fire Red. Just want to let you know that. But yeah, if I find another shiny Torkoal over there, I might rage quit myself. May says, pulls out MP3 player. Hey, Matthew says, I never caught a shiny before. You will, you will. The biggest thing with shiny hunting is persistence. Just keep it up. I know it's easier said than done, but that's all it takes. And it's, like I said, so much easier said than done to have persistence on something that can be draining, you know. What makes this great for me is, you know, y'all are so engaging with the chat. I mean, y'all entertain me just as much as the stream entertains y'all. I think sometimes y'all entertain me more. Frank says, when did the stream start? A little over an hour and a half ago. So we're getting pretty close to odds, like I think just on this stream alone. May plays MCR in the corner in the MP3 player. Ditto says, what is easier in full odd shiny? Soft reset on static encounter or chain encounter on wild? Well, if you're wanting a specific one, you know, the static encounter is probably best, but I like route hunting. I think it might be a little bit faster. I mean, because you can get all screens to pop up with Pokemon in like 4 seconds, truly. And if you have a certain kind of like item, or if you're in the Safari Zone, I mean, I can get it like almost close to every 3 seconds. I mean, so you can shiny hunt fast. Eaterball says, I don't know, that pickup line might work these days. Yeah, I wouldn't do that though, because they weren't caught like that, you know? Soft resetting. It would be funny to show it off like that. May says, Kip. Frank says, I don't know why Tortola is so strong. Tortola, or did you mean Torkoal? Honestly, I'm not the biggest Torkoal fan. I think I like Numel more, but I haven't found a shiny Numel there either. I thought I would have. Fishy Doggo Judah says, yesterday I found a shiny Necrozma on Pokemon Go. Ooh, that is a really good one. He's like that beautiful blue color, like a dark blue, if I'm not mistaken. That's really cool. Elijah says, now the real question is the Coughing blue. The Coughing, I believe, is more like a lime green, and the smoke goes from gray to purple. So that's one of my favorite features of a shiny Coughing. So when I asked Game Boy Cardi if I could name him after a Pokemon, he named a really good one in Coughing. Because I did find a shiny Coughing in Pokemon Ruby, and I named it Fart. And it was a really good Pokemon. It was a self-destruct, and then I think level 43 Wheezing knows Explosion. So that's a really good one too. Frank says Torkoal is super strong. I mean, I know it's got a really good defense and all that, and maybe good attack, but it is pretty slow. That is my only knock on it. I've never been the biggest fan of its stats, though. Don't get me wrong, the shiny looks amazing. May says, jamming out in the corner to random emo list. Frank says, Sandstorm boosted Torkoal with Lava Plum. May says, Kip Kip, Kip Kip. Frank says, Torkoal. Frank says, you can boost Manchargo with his Sandstorm? And Elijah says, oh man, I want to be a blue Pokemon. And one day you will be, Elijah. One day you will be. And Luho Pro, I think it's Luho, if I'm saying that right, says that how long have you been resetting? For here in 15 minutes it'd be like right at 2 hours, which I think is pretty much like hour odd. So welcome in, Luho. I think I'm saying that right, Lujo or Luho. Fred, whoa, Fred, where you been, brother? Good to see you again, man. Good to see you, y'all. Fred has been like one of the OGs on the channel, so good to see you again, man. Fred, catch me up, man. How you been doing? How art thou? How's goes it? Fishy Doggo Judah says, I keep on mistaking everything as shiny cumbies. Oh man, yeah, some shiny hunts are rough, just within the nature of it. Judah says, face. Ditto says, anyway, good luck on the shiny hunt. My break time is almost over, and I have to go back to school. I live in Japan, so it's 1:45 noon here. Good luck. I'll check future live. Hey, thank you, Ditto. That means a lot. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day in Japan. That is amazing. That's awesome. We have a few actual people that are regulars here that do live in Japan as well. So that's really cool. Frederick says, just wanted to pop in and say hi. Got to get back to the studies. Hey, and make sure you hit the studies good. I mean, that's something I wish I would have done more of in school. So that's definitely important. But thank you so much for popping in and saying hey. We appreciate that, Frederick. So good to see you. Says class is ongoing so far. Good, although accounting is difficult for me. I believe in you. I believe in you. I know it's not easy, but if it was easy, everyone would do it. That's why you're doing it. You're capable of it. It's just, what about you? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Work's been kicking my butt, but I'm gonna knock on wood here. I'm making good money, and I'm very blessed for it. I'm very thankful. And stream's been going well too. The streams have been going up, you know. It's not like every stream like breaks the record of before, but you know, every few streams, you know, we seem to be hitting a new heights, new records. So it's really nice. It's all thanks to y'all. So work and my hobby both been going good, so I'm very thankful with life right now. And at the 29th of this month, I'll be 1 year sober from alcohol. So this is a really great time in my life right now. So thank you for asking, Fred. Hopper says, hi, Fred. Hey, Fred, and good luck. Fishy Doggo Judah says, wait, I didn't say face. Oh, I thought you did. Jay says, Freddy, what up? Grim says, been a bit since I last joined, brother. Hey, good to see you again, Grim. Better late than never. How art thou? How's things been going on the homestead? It's good to see you again. Fishy Doggo Judah says, I was trying to act like an Arcanine, by the way. Oh, gotcha. What sound does an Arcanine make? I don't know. Grizzly says, I'm from Hana. Oh, wow, I can't even pronounce that one. Where's that at, Grizzly? Shine says, do you think you could be a bartender? Actually, I do. I do bartending, serving. I mean, I serve and bartend. But I'm definitely getting my bartending skills up there. I don't quite, you know, do the whole like flip behind my back, but I could if I wanted to. I'm not trying to brag or nothing, but Elijah says, well, I gotta be a Pokemon master in my dream, so good night, y'all. Wish me luck on finding a Lugia. That is awesome, Elijah. That's freaking awesome, dude. So, yeah. Hope you have a good night, Elijah. Thank you for being here. Says good night, y'all. Grim says vibing at the mines. Just vibing. Love that. Hopper says not Eli. And Tev, the greatest, says, what time did you start the grind? We started, here in 10 minutes, it'll be right at 2 hours. So, we're getting there. We're getting there. And welcome in. Welcome in, the greatest. Or should I say Tev? Fishy Doggo Judah says, probably Barker Arca. Yeah, I'm thinking Arca. Arcanine. Oh, but I also feel like Arcanine would say it in German. Arcanine. Grizzly says, is the Canvas Islands near Antarctica? Oh, really? That's where you're from, Grizzly? That's crazy, dude. That is awesome. Gourmet says, how you get your beard so clean, homie? Hey, thank you, thank you. I had this little trimmer, so every once in a while I just kind of go through and just try to keep it off my cheeks, and then but to be honest with you, I did clean shaving for years, so that's how I get the beard so thick. Is, you know, I spent years just clean shaving, like shaving literally every other day. Yeah, welcome in, Gourmets. Fishy Doggo Judah says, I pray every single day for Pokemon to exist, and it never happens. Well, you know, don't lose the faith, Judah, because here's why. You know, there's places where Pokemon like is becoming very immersive in theme parks. I'm not sure if y'all know this, but Universal Studios, I don't know if y'all ever been to like Universal Studios or Islands of Adventure in Orlando, but they're going to be bringing a Pokemon world to Japan, and then it's also going to be coming to Epic Universe probably, or Orlando's Universal Studios, or Islands of Adventure. Could maybe replace the Lost Continent, because that's kind of like an unused area of the park, but it's definitely happening. I mean, it's in the works. Worm says, I feel that, Fishy Doggo. Frank says, Pokemon Go was made, it happened. Pokemon is here. And what's really cool about Pokemon Go is people like my mom, who like 2 years ago didn't know any Pokemon other than like maybe Pikachu, Charmander, maybe, you know. But she started playing Pokemon Go, and my mom can recognize most Pokemon nowadays. Like, if we walk in a store and there's like a plushie over here, she could be like, oh, that's a Sprigato, you know what I mean? Like, she recognized. And that's thanks to Pokemon Go. So it's like, I think it really appeals to like even the older generation of people. Because when I'm serving, you know, I see older people, I mean like in their 60s, playing Pokemon Go. And I'll ask them about it, and lots of the time it's the same story. You know, our grandchild, you know, likes Pokemon. They started to play it. They stopped playing, but we still play. I've heard that. If I've heard it once, I've heard it 40 times probably. Fishy says, I always said to myself, don't give up on Pokemon. Just like I'm not going to give up on this Snorlax. Persistence. Like I said earlier, that's what it takes to be a shiny hunter. Just persistence. Solid Chris says, how many shinies do you got in this game? You know, that's a pretty good question. Well, we got 6 in the party here, and then what we also have that's not in the party is a shiny Eevee named Hopper. We also have the shiny Moltres named Tokimon. We also have the shiny Zapdos. We got the shiny Persian named Raibo. So I'm thinking about 10 to 12, somewhere in that neck of the woods. Somewhere up in there. Fishy says, can we do a voting? What should we vote on? And Chris says, did you start it off as a Meowth? I did, yeah. I found the shiny Meowth and named it Raibo. 'Cause I like to honor, you know, y'all, other PokeTubers as well. One of the next hunts we're gonna do is for a coughing for Game Boy Cardi, who said he gifted me a really good what am I trying to say, overlay, because this background, not talking about the Pokemon like sprites that y'all see, but the actual background you see, like with the Pokeballs at the bottom. Game Boy Cardi gifted that to me out of the goodness of his heart, and tonight he gifted me something else in Discord that I haven't even looked. I think it's the maybe the transparent one where it has the cutout and the holes. he was saying, but again, really appreciate that. I mean, he is such a dude. And a great PokeTuber as well. Frank says, our phones are going soon to have our own navies, aka personals. And Fishy says, the name. Chris says, one day I would like to be honored by being a Pokemon name. Absolutely, Chris. I was thinking the same thing too. Because, you know, we've got a lot of people named here after Shiny, so we've got to keep making it happen. And this would be a good time to look at our party of what we're working with so far. The Shiny Dragonite, that is Nova, named after one of our mods. That is Kuyo, who I'm sure we'll see again here in a little bit. Mild-natured, found in the Safari Zone as a Nidoran. Penguin loves coffee, named after. Char, named after Char plays Pokemon. Jay, another great mod on the channel, named after the Shiny Hitmonlee. And Worm. We speak of the devil. Since back in my day. And Slowpoke Gaming says, hello, Nick. Hey, welcome in, Slowpoke Gaming. Great name, by the way. I love that. So how are you doing? How art thou? How goes it? How are you doing? Glad to see you. Chris says, Grizzly, you on PC? Oh, Grizzly says, it's almost 1 a.m. I don't know what to do. Sounds like Chris has an idea. Judah says, what I was basically saying is, can we do a name voting? Not on this one, because Mills asked for it weeks ago, and then asked, you know, weeks ago, if I ever did a shiny Snorlax hunt, would I name it Mills? And, you know, I gotta be a man of my word. I gotta honor that. So yeah, we haven't done a name voting one in a minute. It seems like we already have, well, we might have done maybe one recently. Maybe it was for Worm. Yeah, I think it was for the Mewtwo we did a name vote, and Worm won it, which was like very, very fitting for the Mewtwo to be named Worm. But yeah, I don't want to not name it Mills after I told Mills that I would name it after him. Kind of like someone else who was in here, Eaterable said, if I ever did a shiny Kabuto hunt, would I name it after him? Or her, whoever. Absolutely, absolutely. But one day I'm just going to surprise y'all with another like random hunt, like a Mewtwo hunt. And then we'll do a name, like a vote on that one, because that is fun to do. Slowpoke says, good, I watched you like yesterday. Hey, thank you, Slowpoke, for coming back. Chris says, very addictive. Worm says, I like the idea of a vote. Yeah, I do too. Like I said, I can't on this one, but on a future hunt, we definitely can make something happen. There's going to be a lot of future hunts. And Judah says, okay, because yeah, we're definitely going to get you named after a shiny too, Judah. At some point. Slowpoke says, if you find a shiny Slowpoke, name it after me, please. There you go. Ask and you shall receive. Because you never know where I'm shiny hunting at, you know, in a route, like, even after this, you know, we're going to be in the fire path in Pokemon Ruby, where we can get a shiny Machop, we could get a shiny Coughing, who I told Game Boy Cardi, if I find a shiny Coughing, I would have to name it after him. We could also get a shiny Numel. I'm looking for a shiny Slugma, so that's going to be the one. Like, y'all might not love shiny Slugma, but we could also find that later tonight on the stream, and then we could definitely do a good vote on that one. Alakazam, what's going on? What's going on, Alakazam? Slowpoke says, thank you. Alakazam says, hey Jay, let me fix my name real quick. Oh yeah, it should be about time for you to throw the M back in there. I think that one day you changed it to Mega Alakazam, then you changed it back and left out the M, but then it was like, you used up all your name changes for the next 2 weeks. Which is hilarious. So yeah, we're gonna get this shiny some way, somehow. I did find this shiny Snorlax in Pokemon Gold, and it didn't take too long. Alakazam, says Alakazam is back. No more Alakazam. That is awesome. That is awesome. Okay, let's see. Jay says LMO. Ooh. Ooh, that was a good one. That was such a good neck pocket. A neck crack. It like rocked my whole body. I feel awake now. Wow. Jay says nice. Yeah, it was such a neck crack. Like, it almost scared me. It popped so good. I was like, whoa. Where am I? It was so good it gave me a concussion. So let's see. We are officially at the 2-hour mark. So I'm wanting this to be about a 6-hour stream, if I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I've been doing, you know, 4... 5's what I used to do all the time. 5, 5.5 to 6, sometimes 7. I want this to be a 6-hour stream. I want to push for a longer one since the last stream was only a 4.5-hour stream. And Luna says, "Come on, Snorlax, shine for us." I know, right? Thank you for the positive energy. And I like your thumbnail, by the way. Not your thumbnail, but your profile pic. Because I definitely identify as either a shiny Slugma or a Trico. It looks like the eyes of a Sceptile. That's really cool. Fishy says, "If you like Lickitung, say Lickitung." I like just saying Lickitung too. Lickitung. Or even better, the evolved form, Litlicky. Litlicky. Alakazam says, "If Shiny Nidoking is blue, why isn't Shiny Nidoqueen purple?" It's a pretty good question. Isn't it like a greenish color? But it seems like, at least in Pokemon Gold anyway, I found a shiny female Nidoran. I haven't evolved it though. But it looks like more like a male Nidoran, but it is a female Nidoran. Sceptile is my all-time favorite Pokemon. Hey, that's awesome. When I first started streaming, I guess about 4 months ago or so, my first ever shiny hunt was Mudkip, but I couldn't find it. You know, I did 5 streams. I did 1 stream for Trico, and I found the shiny Trico. So that was my first shiny Pokemon that I ever like found and caught. And so I have a very special place in my heart for shiny Sceptile as well. So yeah, welcome in, Luna. Luna Volo. Worm says W. Dino says hi. Hey, welcome in, Dino. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Slowpoke Gaming says, "I want to change my name." Oh, where are you going to change it to? Worm says, "Nick is a W streamer. Please like it and maybe subscribe. Nick, drink water." Hey, thank you, Worm. And a matter of fact, I was actually looking for an opportunity for me to go like get another drink because I got cotton mouth like an Alabama farm. Hey, and big dubs, y'all. We're about to hit 1,000 views on the stream, and we just hit 2 hours. And like I said, I'm trying to go for like 6 hours on the stream, so we're at 955 views. Pretty dope, y'all. Love it. Anyway, give me about 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Alright. Shetty's back. Let's see here. What kind of shenanigans? Let's manifest him to get the shiny Snorlax. Hey, thank you, Luna. Judah says, my Kamala is putting me to sleep. And, Galo says, multiple screens. Alakazam says, I'll be honest, I don't really know. Donna says, he has multiple screens so that we see everything 6 times. Well, it's 6 screens is for the shiny because it's 1 in 8,000 odds. And then also speed it up because I'm not very patient. We're just trying to find a shiny, you know. This is one of those things, trying to work smarter. Yes, yes. Black says, who here playing red? Been playing since red and blue. Hey, this guy right here. As a matter of fact, got one in the chamber. I got a Mew on that account too. But yeah, the way we do this actually is we take a cartridge and then you put it in a GB flash dumper, and then pretty much back up your ROM, back up your save file, and go to town. Save about a minute apart, of course. Kitsune says, I'm back. Welcome back in, Kitsune. And God of all Slowpoke Gaming says, sup, nigga, it's me, Slowpoke Gaming. Hey, welcome back in, Slowpoke Gaming. Welcome back in. With the new name. I love the profile pic too, though. That goes hard. This Slowpoke with like gaming headphones on. It's pretty smooth. Which is my favorite adjective nowadays, if y'all haven't noticed. Alakazam says, I've been playing since Let's Go Eevee. And it ain't bad, no. We love all Pokemon fans, no matter what you started with. Hulk says, hi, my dad, Archaraz has appeared again, and I need some emotional words to help me. You know? I believe everything you need is already inside of you for a reason. We are our own barrier in life. And you can do whatever you set your mind to, because ironically we are our own barrier. We are our own biggest enemy. And we are strong enough, believe it or not. You know, there's 2 wolves inside of everyone. There's a wolf full of love, happiness, you know, forgiveness. And there's a wolf full of hatred, greed, anger. You know what wolf wins the battle? What wolf wins the fight? The wolf that you feed. So I hope that helps you, Hulk. I hope that helps you. Mill says, knock knock, Nick. Who's there? Donna says, do you love Pokemon? I do, I just don't know if they love me. Jay says, LOL. Kitsune says, has Nova been here yet? Oh yeah, Nova's been here, but I think work really got to her, so she called it a night, but really thankful she pops in here and spends time out of her day to engage here in the chat. So she did, we did. Let's see. God of all Slowpoke Gaming says, I updated and new shiny plus I drew the headphones. Oh, okay, so you did that yourself. That's really freaking good, Slowpoke Gaming. I love it. Kitsune says, how can there be a wolf in me and I'm a fox? Maybe it's 2 foxes, you know. Black says, prayers for your dad. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And everything will be okay. Sometimes it's really important just to hear that, and to know that, and believe that. Mill says Europe. Europe who? Europe who? Oh, you just made me say Europe who. I like that. Alexam says, my first game was Let's Go Eevee, but the first game I played through and actually paid attention to everything was Pokemon Black. You know, Pokemon Black and Pokemon Black 2 is like highly rated in the Pokemon community. It's maybe the best Pokemon game that we've done. Dino says, for how many days have you been trying to get the shiny? Just 2 days. We've done one stream. We did last night, I think 4.5 hours. And as of lately, it's been rare that I do like back-to-back streams on like back-to-back nights. But made it happen today. And Kitsune says, last stream in this one. Yep. Jay says, laughing. Mills says, I'm a poo head. Yeah, that was funny, Mills. That was good. I like it. That was funny. Hopper says, what up, Mills? Mills says, yo, Hopper. And speaking of which, we are naming the shiny Snorlax Mills. So, I think with Mills popping back in, I think it's time for the shiny to shine. Any day now. I mean, if we keep chopping wood, this tree will fall, and it could fall any second. I'm expecting it, actually. Kuyo says I'm back. Back again. What's going on, Kuyo? How art thou, brother? How's everything been going with you? Always good to see you, man. And God of All Slowpoke Gaming says it used to be Galarian Slowpoke because it was around the time I got Sword and Shield in it. But I love purple. Sword and Shield gets a lot of hate, but I actually kind of liked it. I do have my faults with it, but I appreciate them trying. Alexam says, Kuyo! Hopper says, Kuyo, what up, pimp? Donna says, it's really hard to get it if you wear there 2 days. Yeah, and I've never done a stream, 3 streams for the same Pokemon. So if we don't find it on this stream, I mean, of course, we'll have to go to 3 streams for this shiny Snorlax. Well, that's crazy. Which, hey, we're only 2 hours into this hunt. I mean, I'm wanting to go about 6 hours tonight, total. So we're going to get it. And I'm expecting us to find it pretty quickly. Especially after we sent friggin'... We spent, what? 4.5 hours last stream, so now we're like 6.5 hours into this hunt. Statistically speaking, I think we hit odds around 2 or 3 hours. So we're well over double odds, maybe close to 3 times over odds. I don't know. Mill says we chopping it down. Oh yeah, it's coming down. The bigger the tree, bigger, harder it falls. Christian says, how many shines catches did I miss? It's been a couple days since I've been here. You know, I'm not sure. You said the last one was Articuno? Oh, okay. So I got a good one to show you then. Because we've only caught one since then. I'm pretty sure. So I'll show you what it was. We'll build up the anticipation. So I'm sure you've seen these. The first 5. You know, the Shiny Dragonite, Shiny Nidoking, Shiny Articuno, Shiny Charizard, Shiny Hitmonlee, and drumroll, Shiny Mewtwo. So I'm sorry, that was actually a pretty good one, Christian. But I think we did 2 streams on it. We've lately been having to do 2 streams. I mean, we've had a hat trick. I mean, where we find 3 shinies on one stream. That's happened twice. But as of lately, I've been having to do 2 streams just to get 1. It's okay. It's not the destination, it's the journey. I really love doing this. Kind of mentioned on the last stream about how it's unfortunate because there's so many streamers. I'll pop into their stream and they just feel like they're tired, they're dead to the world, like they don't even care, like, and you know, it almost makes me not want to watch because it's just like I feel like they're so burnt out. Now I don't want to get like that, and I love doing this. I've been doing this for months, and if anything, I want to double down and go even harder with it. That's thanks to y'all. And God of All Slowpoke Gaming says, cause Slowpoke is my game, son, so it's Galarian Slowpoke. Mill says, that's the Snorlax is being stubborn. Absolutely, brother. He's a stubborn one. He's going to maybe have a naive nature, is what I'm thinking. Mill says, you caught that Mewtwo super quick, too. Yeah, I know, dude. I thought we was about to go through like 70 Ultra Balls before we got it. So yeah, he, Christian says, I'm pissed I missed that. Oh, I know, I would be too. It was, big shout out to Cobalt, because Co edited, like, went back and clipped that short for me. Like, clipped it out of the stream and then edited it into a short. And so that's my most recent short, is, was edited by Cobalt. So big shout out to him for doing that, for the Shiny Mewtwo. Mill says, didn't even use all the Ultra Balls. Yeah, I mean, we might have used like 20, but I mean, like, grand scheme of things, like, that Mewtwo wasn't even paralyzed. It had no status effects. Like, it had full health. And so to catch it that quickly in an Ultra Ball, you know, I posted the picture of the shiny Snorlax, not shiny Snorlax, but Mewtwo in Threads, and it got over 100 likes pretty quickly. And one person said, I didn't even know you could catch Mewtwo in an Ultra Ball. I said, yeah, you can. It's difficult. I just don't recommend using your Master Ball. Christian says, that was Cerulean Cave, right? I forgot what it's called. You know, I was a little confused because, you know, Pokemon Red, you just beat the Elite Four and then you immediately get access to Cerulean Cave. Not in Fire Red. You gotta go through this whole little wild goose chase out on the Sevi Islands, and then you gotta make sure you have 60 Pokemon caught in your Pokédex. Well, because we only catch Shiny, I only had 19 registered. So I had to go through and catch 41 different Pokemon around the map. And then I got access to the friggin', you know, the national dex, and that's what sent me on the Sevi Islands hunt. And then once I did that, then I could get the Cerulean Cave opened up. Slowpoke says, so I became a shiny Gen 10 Slowpoke. I like it. I like that purple on it. Alex Zam says, you should play one of the newer games on stream. Oh, I definitely will. When Winds and Waves comes out, I'm definitely streaming that. And hopefully they don't lock the starters, like shiny lock them, like they've been doing since Gen 8. Gen 8. Zachy says hello. Hey, welcome in, Zachy. Hope you're doing well. God of All Slowpoke Gaming says, ZA was good story, but it's boring after the climax. I feel like I need to give it another chance, but if I gave another Pokemon, like one of the newer games, a chance, I know Arceus isn't that newer, but I need to go back and play some Arceus. Alakazam says, yeah. Christian says, that's a lot of work. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you all for being here. Black says, when is Winds and Waves supposed to come out? You know, I don't know. I think the end of this year would probably be the earliest we get it. I'm thinking the beginning of next year. I don't know. That's a good question. Here, I'm actually about to Google that. When is Pokemon Winds and Waves coming out? When is it coming out? 2027. Okay. So we got a little time. At least 6 months. Which ain't too bad in the grand scheme of things. Like I said on the last stream, if you look chronologically at when Pokemon games are released in the mainstream games, talking about going from Red, Blue, Gold, Silver, Ruby, Sapphire, this is the longest gap that they've had in the mainstream mainline Pokemon games. So hopefully, you know, it's going to be a really good one with them putting this much time and effort into it. I think it's going to be the first game, not just Pokemon game, but the first game that truly takes full advantage of what the Switch 2 has to offer. That's what I'm thinking. I'm a very hopeful kind of guy, though. Jay says, I'm still betting bottom left screen within 1 hour. Okay. I'm going with, you know, I said top right earlier. I'm changing it. I'm going bottom right. I'm going bottom right. And Alexander says, next year is all I know. Yep, yeah, that's all it says is 2027. Who knows? What are we gonna get first? GTA 6 or Winds and Waves? I don't know. I like it's a good little coin toss. Could be either one. Slowpoke says mid left. You think it's gonna be mid left, huh? You know, the top ones are probably the most prevalent ones to pop up. I think they make the better shorts too. Like whenever I clip something, the ones in the top, the ones in the bottom are kind of hard to see in a short. But I'm going to say it's going to be bottom right. Alexander says, I'm also praying they learn from their mistakes from Violet and Scarlet. I think my biggest thing with Violet and Scarlet was like all the bugs. You know, that I feel like they rushed it. You know, so I think that's part of their learning curve here. I never eat on stream, but I brought me a little snacky snack, just in case. Melted granola bar. So good. Slowpoke says, and they have to bring back Burn Up Arcanine, and they need to add Evolite and Burn Up Arcanine. Jockstrap, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man? Good to see you again. How's everything been going with you? Says, but yeah, it's some kind of granola bar. Just reminds me of like wrestling back in the day. Because wrestling's a very disciplined weight class, right? Like for weight classes, if you're weight class 135. Forget about showing up to a tournament weighing 136. If you're 135.1, can't wrestle. Too heavy for your weight class. So, you know, I would just about, you know, starve myself the night before just to make weight. And then after wrestling, once I'm done with the tournament, freaking have a bunch of these in my bag. Chow down on it. Because, you know, you can eat a bunch of those granola bars. Like, the whole box weighs like not even a whole pound. So it's really good for wrestling and maintaining weight class. That's what it takes me back to. But again, how you doing, Jock? Slowpoke says, I'm hopping that you accidentally don't reset when there's a shiny. No, I don't think I could. Because I'm being given it enough time to like really like check and pay attention to it. But I hope not. And Alexander says, I never cared about the bugs really. It's the fact that they need a Switch 2 edition to make a circle not look like a Decagon. Good point, Alexander. Mill says, you ever try Reese's Fast Break or Nutri? No, I haven't. I'm definitely open to try it though. I think my whole mouth is full of sweet tooths. Kitsune says, if my phone crashes one more time, a katana is going through its screen. Ooh, I love a good katana. I wish I had one. Been watching a lot of, you know, I wouldn't say a lot, but I've watched a few Quentin Tarantino movies in the past year. And he's definitely a big fan of swords, and like it's kind of got me thinking, especially after Kill Bill, I was like, I want a sword too. And Burger says, Jesus is the truth. Hell is real. We all sin. He died on the cross to pay our sins. Was buried and rose again, third day. Put your faith in him alone to save you. Trust is what he did for you. Trust is important. Oh, this thing is melting. John says, still playing? Yeah, we're still playing. Welcome back, John Doe. Slowpoke says, Delson. Christian says, if he ever made that mistake, it would have been with Articuno. Good point. Mill says, Right, like a Kill Bill katana. Yeah, made by the made by that certain dude. Japanese steel. Yeah, I want one of those kind of katanas. Christian says, John Doe, don't start. They do it almost every stream. Now I'm just used to the trolls. At least they're not disrespectful. They're just asking, like, you still playing video games? Like they don't. Jock says, amen. Jay says, LOL. Kitson says, there's a very specific way to wield a katana. If you do it wrong, it'll hurt really bad. Oh, I bet it'll hurt really bad when you're freaking missing half your arm. So yeah, I would definitely need some training in that. Alakazam says, yes, Mill. But yeah, whoever said that earlier about me missing a... If I was going to miss one, it would probably be in the Articuno. That's probably absolutely true. That was probably the hardest one. Christian says, appreciate that, Wiseburger. I know, at first I thought you were our other burger. There's another burger on the chat. I really hate to break that to you, Burger. Slowpoke says, Burger, not everybody believes, but I don't, yeah, I don't disrespect God. Oh yeah, I'm very open to, not that I prefer religion and politics to be talked on the stream, but I'm very open and acceptable to it. I don't shy away from conversations. As long as we're not disrespectful or rude or anything, you know. We can get down with it. It's not an argument, it's a debate. But this is no debate. God is great. Jay says, I don't know why. I thought that was our burger for a second. Yeah, same Jay. I was like, huh. Burger really is a family man. Mill says, that must be Burger's cousin. Yeah, I'm trying to think. From where did this burger come from? Chick-fil-A. That's where that burger came from. That makes perfect sense. And I would really love a Chick-fil-A milkshake. I used to be addicted to those things. Mill says, wait, John Doe, is this a video game? I thought this was real life. You mean my name is not May? What? What? Mill says, I thought it was a cooking show. You know, that's what we're evolving into, you know. We are actively shiny hunting to catch the shinies, to eat the shinies. Snorlax is no exception. I'm kind of thinking it's going to taste like whale. Which, I don't know if y'all knew this, but something I learned in history class, 1101 history in college. When the Europeans came over to America for the first time and saw the Native Americans, they were eating whale. Which, to the Native Americans, whale was a delicacy. It was a whale that washed up on the sand. And to the Europeans, that was disgusting to be eating a whale. Little fun fact there. Invader, what's going on? Says, I just got home from work. How you doing, Invader? Good to see you, brother. Oh, I forgot, that is another shiny that we have on this save file. Is a shiny Fearow named Invader. Because after the Charmander, the next shiny I found was a shiny Spearow, and I named it Invader. So how you doing, boss? Hey, we found it. Let's go. Hey, someone said bottom left. Someone said bottom left. Who said bottom left? Hey, and Mills was here when we found it, y'all. We just found the shiny Mills with Mills here. Let's go. Let's freaking go. And Lazy Snorlax. Right when you got here. Nice. Nice. I love this. Take one last bite of my granola bar. Yes. Dude, finally. We've been looking for this bad boy. Okay. Sorry, I was hungry. Worm, did you say bottom left? That was pretty good. Yeah, this is hype. This is hype right now, Christian. So this is the second one. Did you see Articuno? Was that the other one? Invader says mine was bashful. What will next be? Let's see. Let's see here. Togumon says I made it just in time. Yeah, a lot of y'all popped in right at a good time. So welcome in, y'all that are popping in. And Jay said, Rye said congrats. Hey, thank you. Tell Rye his shiny Abra is coming soon. And good luck on his Nuzlocke. Love the homie. So thank you for telling me that, Jay. It means a lot. So let's see here. Oh man, this is a good one. Alright, so here's my plan. Because he knows rest, I'm not going to try and knock him down a little bit. I'm just going to save the... what am I trying to say? Yeah, just save the turns. I'm not going to try to level him down because then he's just going to use rest, get it back. Alright, we didn't get it on the first try. You know what? Let's try a Great Ball. Just because we're... Oh my god! I almost caught him in a Great Ball. Hold on, now I gotta use up my Great Balls for him. If I catch him in a Great Ball, that'd be sick. I got 2 left. Ah. Yo, I almost caught him in a freaking Great Ball. Alright, let's see here. Mill says, I think it'd be naughty or timid. I would love it to be naughty. It's St. Nick, you know. Jolly or naughty. That's what we go for. Whoops. Alright, I got one last Great Ball. I really want to get him in a Great Ball. I didn't even realize that till now. Oh, dang. He almost stayed that one time. Alright. 59 Ultra Balls. Let's get it. Remind me, y'all, not to throw out the Nidoking and poison him. Christian says, get in the ball. It always reminds me of a Happy Gilmore in that scene where he's like putting. He's like, you too good for your home, ball? You too good for your home? Because you get in that ball. Come on now. I feel like Mewtwo was easier than this. It says ARG. Almost had it. Like I'm a pirate or something. ARG. Slowpoke says, I caught my Mewtwo in a Pokeball, I think. Oh, that is pretty legit. I wish I would have done that. Or at least had a good bulk enough team to, like, take hits and try, you know? Mill says he won't get in the ball because he can't fit. I know. Like, all this time we spent searching for him. It's too fat. Doesn't fit. That would be my luck. It has to specifically be caught in a heavy ball or something. I'm like, nah. You know, let's try a Pokeball. Just for wits and wiggles. Alright. We'll swap her back down. Make sure I'm on Ultra Balls. Alex Zam says calling bold. Alright. I'm going to go with Jolly. Dang, he's popping out of a lot of them. And Oreo, guys, I'm back. What's going on? What's going on, Oreos? Made it back at a pretty good time. Oh. This is crazy. Jay says, quiet nature, I say. Alright. Let's see. I'm just gonna keep spamming this Ultra Ball. He's gonna stay. Yes. We got it. Let's go. W, y'all. Let's friggin' go. Let's go. Oreo says, I hope you name it Oreo for me. I've been here, still no much. Mills called it weeks ago, and I've got to be a man of my word and honor Mills, because I would really hate to take back and not name it Mills after I told him I did. Was going to. But we'll get you named after a shiny. Oreos. Says give it a nickname. Absolutely. Yo, that's such a beautiful sprite. Christian says that shiny stacking, baby. Yes, we stacking them up. Let's go. Let's go, y'all. Invader says, let's see this nature and ability. Yes, let's get at it. We don't pitter patter, we get at her. Give a nickname to the captured Snorlax? Absolutely. And Mills, for you, brother. Okay. And so Oreo, I was actually asking about being named after a Pokemon. What Pokemon specifically would you like to be named after if we did one? I'm Hunt's out, so you know it won't be for another few weeks. But which one would you like to see us hunt for, Oreo? Mill says Shiny Snorlax fits him better. Mill says, what's the colors? Is it Mills or Millsy? Yeah, I just went with Mills. So let's go to the Pokemon Center up here. And Oreo says, what ability can Snorlax get? Actually, I'm about to find that out too. I think maybe is it thick skin or something like that? Alright, so we'll be able to see some other shinies here too. And Alexander says, if you do another Abra, can you name it? Oh, I would love to. Co, what's going on? What's going on, Co? You popped in at a great freaking time, dude. So let's whoops, let me click back on the screen here. Let's deposit. Just for now, we'll put the Mewtwo in the box. Then we're going to withdraw. Let's see, what are we working with here? Summary. There's our shiny Zapdos, bold. There's our shiny Lapras named Jason, careful nature. There's Raibo, gentle nature. Like, honestly, I wouldn't even know that was a shiny or not. It looks normal to me, the shiny Persian. But the Meowth, I definitely could tell. There's Invader. I don't know if you're still here, brother, but there's our shiny Spearow. Now our Fearow. There's Hopper. What are we going to do with Hopper? Naive nature. Hey, timid nature. I don't think anyone said timid. That's a good one right there. Right there, right there. There's Tokimon, the shiny Moltres. What else we got in here? And there's Worm. Shiny Mewtwo. Invader says, I'm always lurking. You already know. What up, Invader? What's going on, brother? Love that. And oh, Oreo says maybe like a glutinous Pokemon, or maybe a shiny Ralts. Okay. You like blue? Okay. Mill says, yo, I called that. Oh, you did say timid, did you? For the Snorlax? Invader says timid was mentioned. Oh, nice. You said naughty or timid. Oh, nice, dude. Nice, Mills. And it's named after you, too. And you call the nature, too. That's pretty smooth. That's awesome, y'all. Oh, let me make sure I save this. I feel like that's like my biggest like enemy. Like sometimes I like forget to save. Almost. That hasn't happened, but that's been closer than me like missing a shiny. Slowpoke says, anyone claim Slowpoke? Nope, not yet. So alright, I did save, and you know I'm like most other people, I saved twice just to make sure. Alright, we'll have us set up and ready in about 90 seconds. Here we go. Bada bing, bada boo. Now we're on Pokemon Ruby. It's gonna be confusing to a lot of people because I still have the like the Pokemon like sprite animations up and stuff. Whoops. It'll be fun. File, run. Alright, I'm halfway there. And I'll be back in the chat in just a second, y'all. Mill says, what's the next shiny? So, we are in Fire Path, Pokemon Ruby, and we are looking for shiny Slugma. I have found, in this same area, 2 shiny Coughings, 2 shiny Torkoals, I have not found the shiny Machop or a shiny Numel, but I want this shiny Slugma. It's got a 10% chance to pop up, and I'm desperately wanting it. Hopper says, Raipo got a swine oven named after me. Oh, that's awesome, Hopper. That's freaking awesome, dude. Love that. Let me make sure I got the right screens popped up. Top right's there. Let's see. Perfect. Bottom left needs to say 19. Perfect. Top right needs to say 20. Now it does. Middle right needs to say 21. And lastly, bottom right needs to say 22. Perfect. Alright. Make sure everything looks good here. Alright, we're ready. Let's go. Cody says, day 3 of needing that shiny Suicune. Oh, we do need to do that shiny Suicune hunt. And Tokimon says, a card stream just ended, and they brought me here. Perfect timing. Ooh, nice, nice. Hope you enjoyed the card stream as well. And Kitsune says, I'll be back next stream. It's almost 2 a.m. Have work in the morning. Good night, everyone. Hey, thank you for being here, and being here for so long as well, Kitsune. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's see here. So yeah, up top right screen, that is what we're looking for. It's red right now, but we're looking for the silver one. It's kind of one of the reasons why I like it so much. It's different. It's also kind of a weird Pokemon. I like it a lot. Slugma. Yeah, I think it's very underrated. It doesn't get the love it deserves, if you will. Numel's gonna be kind of hard to spot because the green on its back just goes to blue, so it's not a very heavy difference. Machop goes to gold. Slowpoke says, so am I the only one that's asked for Slowpoke? I believe so, actually. Alexam says, night Kitsune. Christian says, shiny Suicune just sounds difficult. It is, but I do have it saved. I did some little research on this game. Not this game, but Fire Red, what we were playing just before. I have it saved right before I give the Sapphire to the Scientist, which unlocks, you know, Cerulean Cave and all that. And that also puts my legendary dog into the game as well. So I can do a shiny hunt and just soft reset from there. And Slowpoke says, yeah, you still have your Fire Red. Yeah, and I said it's going to be confusing for some people. Why I still have my shiny sprites on screen, but the people that know, they know. So as the thumbnail has the Snorlax, so I think most people would understand that I've been here before. But people that are new popping in, you know, they're going to be a little confused. Alexam says, should we name the Slugma after you, Nick? Oh, because it's my shiny, it's my favorite shiny? That would be a funny one. Name it after me. We'll put a vote. We'll vote on this one. But we gotta find it first, you know. And then we'll start the poll. Because who knows, it could be months from now before we actually find the shiny Slugma itself. But yeah, for any of these shinies, after we find it, I would like to start a poll and then we all just vote on the nickname. That's how I would like to handle this. And then we'll just put y'all's name in there. Or maybe mine for one of them. If it's a shiny Slugma, then we'll throw my name in there. If it's a coughing, I might have to name it Game Boy because I told him I would. Christian says, isn't it your favorite shiny? It should be named after you. Oh, thank you, Christian. I'll let y'all vote on it now. If we find the shiny Slugma, I'll put my name as one of the 4 suggestions, and then after I catch it, you know, we'll see what we're working with. I do like shiny Slugma, and shiny Maricargo, pretty cool too. Alexam says, what does Mewtwo have a green Ekans on it? Why does Mewtwo have a green Ekans? I just got that as like a spoon. Slowpoke says, I cast thou gets shiny Slugma in 200 encounters. Hey, I would take that. We've been hunting this spot for a minute too with this guy. Like I said, we've came across 2 shiny Coughings. We've came across 2 shiny Torkoals. I mean, I'd be happy just with a shiny Numel or a shiny Machop. You know, just something different at this point. I'm gonna pull a Game Boy Cardi and rage quit if I freaking find another shiny Torkoal. Not really. I mean, we'll still catch it, name it, but... Alex Sam says, I call top right. I'm gonna go top left on this one. So this is a little different than a static hunter, like a static hunt, you know, where you just keep getting the same Pokemon over and over. I enjoy these hunts. They're a little bit more tedious because I kind of have to like check a little bit harder, like especially with this Numel. Grimer has like a 2% chance to pop up, so if we find the shiny Grimer, that would be actually lit. Because it's reverse in Ruby and Sapphire. This is Pokemon Ruby, but in Pokemon Sapphire, you have like a 25% chance of the Grimer to pop up and a 2% chance of a Coughing. While in this game it's reverse. We got the 25% chance of a Coughing and the 2% chance of a Grimer. And Zach says, I'll go bottom left. Alright, Zach. That's where we found the shiny Snorlax earlier. So welcome in, Zach. Welcome in. Frank says, hi. I missed it. What nature was it? It was timid. The shiny Snorlax. Yes, it was timid. So welcome back in, Frank. I'm sorry you missed it. Yeah, sometimes after I find a shiny, I might like take a quick little restroom break, get another drink or something, like leave it on screen just so some people that might have missed it can pop back in and at least see it. But yeah, we got right after business on it. We hopped right to it. Worm says, vote for me for president. How you doing, Worm? Always good to see you, brother. Frank says, ah. Slowpoke says, should I start shiny hunting Slowpoke? I think you should. I think you really should. And Zach says, what time is it for you? It's at 10 till 2. It's 1:50 a.m. Early hours Friday morning. So yeah, we're getting close to 2 a.m. here. Probably about halftime on the stream because means we've almost been streaming 3 hours and I want to go another 3. I do work tomorrow, but it's not till late, so I can stay on the stream for a good little bit. I'm glad we found the Snorlax in a relative reasonable amount of time, because if it got close to the end of this stream, then we'd have had to do a 3rd one on it. Oh, that would hurt. That would hurt me. And Alex M says, just got Shalfa Torchic and ZA. What should I name it? That's a really good one. You know, a lot of people go with like spicy, like, or a lot of people say KFC. Zach says name it after Nick. Oh, that's a cool one. But you know, I see KFC for a lot of them. I think we might even caught a shiny Torchic named KFC at one point. Spicy McChick. I don't know if that will fit. Nick the Spicy McChick. Yeah, that's really cool though. Can't think of any unique nicknames for it. That's really cool though, Alakazam. Let's see. You know, as of lately, y'all pretty much know how it goes. I'll come back to here and I'll shiny hunt here to end stream. You know, that's a target because, you know, it's going to take a while to get this shiny, oh wow, all coughing. Worm says you used to name it KFT, or I think he meant KFC, maybe. Alex Zam says, I'll just name it Nicholas. Oh, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Thank you. Shiny Torchic is awesome. We love that. Oh, Kentucky Fried Torchic. I get it. I get it. That's why that's pretty clever, actually. I like it a lot. Whoops. I forget I can't just spam X button on this hunt. A little bit different. That's really cool though. Again, congratulations on that. Shiny says, good luck with your next hunt. Hey, thank you so much, Shiny. Glad you're here, by the way. I love being in your streams. You're a great streamer too, buddy. Pokemon laughing. Kentucky Fried Torchic. Yeah, Kentucky Fried Torchic's really good. Jay says, LOL. Alakazam says, Shiny Hunting is broken in ZA. It does seem to be a little easy. But when it comes to Shiny Hunting, I'll take an easy path. You know me. Shiny says, I love being here. Well, thank you, brother. Thank you. It means a lot. Slowpoke says, but I have always wanted a shiny Slowpoke. But I don't know if I should try to hunt it on ZA or Leaf Green. I would vote Leaf Green, but it'd probably be a lot easier in ZA because my luck is abysmal on both. I say go for Leaf Green then. Zach says, I'm new here, but I'm a huge Pokemon fan, so I expect you to love this content. Hey, that's awesome. Welcome in, Zach. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you enjoyed the content and enjoyed Pokemon as well. So what we've done so far, and I'm a very new PokeTuber myself. I started this channel November 3rd of last year, and I started streaming just about maybe 4 months ago, and my first stream was Pokemon Ruby. Matter of fact, let's look at some of the shinies we got here, because I stream all the shiny hunts. We beat Pokemon Ruby with shiny only, then we beat Pokemon Gold with shiny only, and then we beat Fire Red with shiny only just recently. And we used a GB Flash, by the way, to take a cartridge and download it onto the PC. There's a shiny Rayquaza named Fifi with a sassy nature. What was the bowl? That's my shiny Crobat, just for mean look. Love it, and it's actually a really good Pokemon. It's got a great speed stack. There's shiny Warren, level 51. Shiny Registeel, same level I called it. Shiny Credilli. That was the fossil Pokemon. Did a shiny hunt for it. A shiny Groudon. So let's see here. And Zach says, anytime, Nick. No, again, thank you for being here. It means a lot. I'm really glad you enjoy the content. Thank you for letting me know that. That's awesome. And the Slowpoke says, I'll try ZA for 3 days. Alright, sounds like a good strategy. I like how you set the goals with it. Worm says, I'm going to have some ZA. Zach says, shiny Ray, I've been hunting that forever. Hey, you're going to get it. Hey, all it takes is persistence. I know it's easier said than done, Zach, but I promise you, I believe in you. You're going to get it. You're definitely going to get it. The first shiny Rayquaza, believe it or not, and there's actually a short on the channel. It's probably from a few months ago. But the first shiny Rayquaza that I ran into, he actually, well, I gambled. I knocked him all the way down to where he had this much red left. And then he used the move Outrage, which I completely forgot he even knew. And it made himself confused, and then he hurt himself in his own confusion. And that's how I lost shiny Rayquaza. I did find another one, of course, but... Alakazam says nature guesses for Nicholas. Since Nicholas, I'm still going to go with Jolly. Jolly Saint Nick. That'd be awesome. Slowpoke says, then I'll switch to Leaf Green, and then, after 3 days, I'll switch back and continue. Sounds like an excellent strategy, sir. Excellent strategy. Pokemon says, "Oh, I've never seen a shiny Credilli before." Yeah, you know, Credilli. So the story behind the Credilli here is Alakazam said he's lax. Okay, cool, cool. Chilling in the back of the lax. Credilli has this move, or excuse me, this ability, Suction Cups, firmly anchors the body. So moves like Mean Look are not going to matter for when you come across a shiny Makahita and he uses Whirlwind and gets away from you, which happened to me just casually playing one day on one screen. So I was like, you know what, that's not going to happen again. So I did a shiny hunt for a Pokemon that knows Suction Cups firmly anchors the body, it says. And Ko says, Worm, what's going on, Ko? Good to see you again, man. Christian says that shiny Rayquaza shorts hurts a little more every time. Yeah, it hurts. It hurts. And let's see here. Worm says, what up, Ko? Oh, Cobalt, good to see you again, man. Good to see you. I just brought you up earlier. I was talking about the last short, and I was like, hey, big shout out to Cobalt for editing the short for me. I think the kindness of his heart. Like, y'all are so good to me, y'all. Y'all are so good to me. And Game Boy Cardi popped in here earlier and gifted me a background. Because, you know, not the Pokemon sprites you're looking at, but as far as the background and the Pokeballs at the bottom, Game Boy Cardi gifted that to me. And just the kindness of his heart. And then today gave me another one that's got the transparent holes, because this one's kind of like all one blank. So I really appreciate that, all y'all, what y'all do for me in this channel, in this community. It's amazing. It really is. And Cobalt says, how are you, man? Just my last night at work, off tomorrow, then back to day shifts. Pretty dang happy. Love that for you, Co. Freaking love that for you. Pokemon says, surprise, he's so pink. Ko says, I'm here, just lurking a bit. We gotta get that green name going, bro. Oh yeah, we're almost there. I think, you know, because, you know, whenever you do a stream, it's like 5 days behind before it catches up on your watch hours. So July 4th, which I've done probably 2 or 3 streams since, I checked it today. It said from July 4th, I'm at 26 and a half. So what you say, another 350 watch hours, and I'll be at 3,000 watch hours. We've been getting, you know, give or take, you know, maybe 80 watch hours a stream. So we're getting there, for sure. And we're already over the 500 watch hours. So yeah, the memberships will be here soon. Ko says, I want a Snorlax one. It only takes like 5 minutes. And Pokemon says, I love battling and love shiny Pokemon. The reason I wanted to become a Pokemon master is for those 2 reasons. Yeah, you know, shiny Pokemon is actually kind of like revamped my love for Pokemon too. Because I grew up playing it, but, you know, playing the same old games, you know, the old games, you know, like these over and over, you know, after so many times, that gets a little boring. So shiny hunting, but, you know, it's like, I'm not sure I have enough time in my life to do a shiny only playthrough on a hardcore like OG way of soft resetting on our console, but this has been really fun to like really kind of see all the shiny sprites, because like someone said earlier about the Credilli, never even seen a shiny Credilli, and that's kind of why we do it like this, just to have fun with it, just to see. Zach says, hey Nick, I've been hard resetting Sky Temple trying to get a shiny Railway since I was 6. Dang, Zach. I want you not to give up on it though. I believe in you, because that's going to be something really, really freaking cool when you get it. I wish I could see your reaction whenever you find it. Ko says, right, Nick going to be flipping the switch soon. Flip, flip. Let's go. It's thanks to y'all. Y'all are just so good to me. Alexander says, I sent a picture of Nicholas in the DC. This think is tall. Nice, nice, Alexander. Slowpoke says, I can't get membership, but I'll still watch. Awesome. Hey, that means a lot. That means a lot. When I can't, of course, of course. It means a lot that you're here and engaging in chat as well. I always appreciate that. Y'all make it so easy for me as a streamer just to want to keep going and want to keep doing it and not get burnt out and still feel very engaging with the chat, and you know, like I have fun with it. Time flies on it. Cause it's like pretty much every stream I'll look down and be like, whoa, it's 4 o'clock. What? Where did the time go? Friggin' 4 a.m. Zach says, I still haven't given up. And I'm proud of you, Zach. Proud of you for that. Tekimon says, I don't have that much patience, and I think that's why I work so hard on battling. You should see me on the battle floor. I love that. You were a heartache on the battle floor. I didn't really do a lot of Battle Frontier. I might try that out sometime soon. And like I said earlier, behind me is I didn't even make my bed. Holy crap, I just realized that. Typically I make my bed before every stream, but today I did not make my bed. Oh, man, I've got like clothes thrown everywhere. Like, that's kind of funny actually. Zach says, oh right, when you said I don't want you to give up that shiny Ray Ray, it showed up. No way. You found the shiny Ray Ray? The shiny Way Way? No way. Slowpoke says, you have become one of my favorite PokeTubers. And I say you are 100% a PokeTuber. Hey, thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Slowpoke. Thank you so much. Zach says, deadass. Really? Dude, congrats on that. Hey, don't make my mistake and lose the shiny Rayquaza because of outrage. That's how I lost it. Are you gonna Master Ball it, or are you gonna be like me and take the gamble on an Ultra Ball? I really want to catch it in a Luxury Ball, because if you know what a Luxury Ball looks like, it looks just the same color scheme of a freaking shiny Rayquaza. It's like almost too perfect. It's mostly black with a little bit of red and white, red and yellow. Zach says, good thing I still have my Master Ball. Hey, there you go. That's why you're saving it, right? So yeah, I would definitely use that. If you're soft resetting on a console, abso-freaking-lutely. And then save the game. Slowpoke says, do a Pokeball, just to see. But no, I would, if you had a Luxury Ball, I would throw a Luxury Ball just because of the perfect, like, match. Zach says, I'm just going to hit him to half it. I don't know, man. What if it's a critical hit? Unless if you just, like, barely like, chop him down, like, bit by bit. But hey, I love shiny hunting like that, where it gets a little risky. Things are a little bit risky. And Dark Fate, welcome in, Dark Fate. Welcome in. And Dark Fate says, "What emulator are you playing on? I'm trying to find a good one to play Pokemon games." Yeah. So what I do is I'll initially take the cartridge, because I don't recommend like downloading it illegally from a site. So use a cartridge and a GB Flash Dumper by Geek Simon to load your ROM, and then use MGBA emulator is what I use. And I think that's what most PokeTubers that do it in this style, I think that's what most of them do. Of course, everyone do a little something different, but it's what works best for me. So yeah, welcome in, Dark Fate. Hope you're having a great night. Access, and try a Luxury Ball first. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. A Luxury Ball with that shiny Rayquaza, it's the perfect fit. If it fits. Tokimon says, I chat with a lot of streamers, but cause my name, the Pokemon, the people I like the most won't talk to me. So I'm very happy with the people who do. Oh, cause the name Tokimon? No, that makes me like you even more. I love that. I liked it so much I named you after the shiny Moltres. Slowpoke says, I saved in Cerulean Cave. I'm starting my hunt. Awesome. I love this. Freaking love this, Slowpoke. You getting that shiny Slowpoke. Pokemon says thank you. Of course. No, thank you for being here and being engaging in the chat. And I mean, I'm not the only one that loves having you here in this community. Zach said, yo Nick, the luxury ball worked. No friggin' way you caught the shiny Rayquaza in a luxury ball? Zach, what? Ain't no way. And Slowpoke said something about where saved an ice cave where Articuno was. Zach says, hell yeah. Yeah, I saw what you said earlier. It was misspelled Articuno, but yeah, I know where you're at. You can get Slowpoke in there. I think you can, yeah. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank with that, but Dark Fate says, when I fight a legendary, I try to use Scyther with False Swipe as a precaution to catch them. Oh yeah, that is a really good move. I've had a lot of people bring that up to me. I should probably use that strategy a little bit more. Slowpoke says, also, Toke your name is cool, by the way. Oh yeah, I like it a lot. Like I said, I named a shiny Moltres Tokemon. Because of course, I mean, I'm trying to name shinies after y'all nowadays. This save file right here, you'll notice all the names are 4 letters, starts with F. The story behind that is, when I started streaming, no one was watching, like, at all. Like, you know, what do we got right now? 21 concurrent viewers. At no point would there ever be 21 people in here watching when I first started streaming. So I'd find shinies and literally no one would see it. So I came up with, the first one was the shiny Skeptile, who's not in the party. That is sacrilegious. I can't believe that. I named it Fred. And then my next shiny, because I'm horrible at naming nicknames, was Fran, was the shiny Minun. So then it had like a theme. It was like 4 letters, starts with F. So that's why, that's how we got there. I just kind of gave it a theme. I might do a soft reset here. And on the first screens, you'll see that they might link up. But once I run away, we won't get same frame rates. I've run into that difficulty before. Because when I found a shiny Zubat, the shiny Zubat popped up on 2 screens. But I promise you, it wasn't 2 different Zubats. Pokemon says, that you Slowpoke, it means a lot. Thank you, you said. Slowpoke says yes. Also, Slow Bro. Oh, is that what's in there? Slow Bro? Zach says, I'm eating a whole brick of cheese right now. Ooh, I love that, Zach. It's making me hungry. Making me hungry, making me hungry. Let's see. Oh, wow. Are we going to get all coughing? Almost. Alright. Ready for a shiny something at this point. Zach says, because I got the munchies. Nice, nice. So what do y'all think is the first shiny that's going to pop up? I got a bad feeling it's going to be another Torkoal. You know, we get a lot of Numel. I've also got 2 Coughings. As you see, Coughing's pretty popular here as well. Invader says, give name. So what we're doing here is we got to find, you know, which shiny it's going to be first. And then once we find the shiny, I want y'all to give me 4 names, or I'll pick 4 of y'all's names. We're going to vote on it. Like a democracy. So glad you're still here, Invader. Glad you're still here, by the way. Slowpoke says coughing. You think we're gonna find a coughing first? Maybe. Like I said, we've already found 2 of them. I want to find a third. Jay says it'll be coughing. That's the only one that I've already got a nickname. Game Boy. For Game Boy Cardi. Anything else we can do? Machop. Let's go into a vote. Nummel. Let's go into a vote. Torkoal. Go into a vote. And so is Slugma. Slugma is the only one where I'll slide my name in there as a vote. And Hopper says, Nick, did you ever watch those videos of the Lego Scandal Reckless Ben has a new video on it? It's insane. I've not. You know, my neighbor was telling me about the whole Lego things, and like including Pokemon as well, that kind of stuff. Because you know they stopped making them. So yeah, I'll definitely need to maybe look into that a little bit more. See what all that hype is about. Zach says it's officially been 84 encounters since Slowpoke said thou shalt get shiny Slugma in 200 encounters. We're gonna get there. Oh yo, Neo, what's going on? Says what up, chat? Put in a 17-hour shift today. Hey, proud of you, Neo. Nice. It's a real good one. Hopper says Neo, welcome back. Yeah, welcome back. Back again. What's going on? How was your day? That 17-hour shift. I bet long. I bet it was a long day. Let's see. Worm says, dang, Neo, that's a long day. Yeah, it is. 17-hour shift, that's rough. Anything over like 12 for me, I'd be dead. 12, 13. I think the longest I've ever done was like a 14 or 15. It was unnecessary. It was like one of those not 4th of July, but like New Year's Eve, where we got to bring in the New Year's and all that kind of stuff. Remember when Georgia played Ohio State in the Peach Bowl, no one wanted to take my shift, and I wanted to watch my Georgia Bulldogs play, so I paid my friend $200 to take my shift, and he did. And then in the 4th quarter, we're losing by 2 touchdowns, and we kick a freaking field goal. So I remember I just drove up to work, and I was just pissed. I was just like, you know what, if we're gonna lose, you know what, I'd rather be around my friends, and because it was a bar, you know. Back then I used to drink. So by the time I get back up to my work, Georgia has already got the ball back and scored a deep touchdown. So I'm like, oh wow, we actually might win this. It ended up being one of the craziest New Year's ever, because right at the stroke of midnight, right when the peach was dropped, Ohio State missed the kick and lost the Peach Bowl. It was something out of this world. The timing was impeccable. Judah Kel says, oh, you already got the Dad Bod Shiny? We did. Welcome back in. Back in, by the way. And let's see, Worm says, I saw the sign in the front of the store that said we stole old people and stole a dying man's life savings. What? Dang. Judah says, oh, you already got the Dad Bod Shiny? We did. Neo says, thanks, y'all. Just a long day. Moved to AC from one side of the house to the other and installed a new furnace in the attic with insulation, and had to run a new electrical all the way from the breaker. Okay, so yeah, you did have a full shift worth of work there. I'm proud of you though. Here goes my neighbors doing whatever they do. Neo says, but hey, I need a new car and want a house. Only one way to get it. Hey, that's putting that grind. That's right. I'm proud of you. Really proud of you. Dark Fate says, sorry I couldn't stay long, but I hope you have a good stream. But I should have been asleep at 12 a.m. Bye. Hey, thank you again for being here. It means a lot. Thank you so much, Dark Fate. Worm says, hard work pays off. Keep it up and take care of yourself. Of course, absolutely. Left foot, right foot, breathe, repeat. Hopper says, keep it up, Neo. You will have it in no time. Absolutely, that's great mentality. Zach says, my gums are bleeding from the brick of cheese. Oh, you were serious about that brick of cheese, huh? Dang. Sorry, your gums are bleeding. Slowpoke says, I think luck is on my side because I continuously find more Slowpoke, not shiny, but more in a row. Hey, that's a good sign though. You know, who was it? Thomas Jefferson or someone like that? Benjamin Franklin? Someone that said, I do believe in luck. I believe the more I work, the more I have of it. I think it's one of those smart ass quotes, but I like it. And Neo says, thanks y'all. Gotta be up in a few hours for work. How ironic. Everyone enjoy the night, like the stream, and to get my boy Nick a shiny here soon. Hey, thank you, Neo. Thank you so much. It means a lot. We did find a shiny earlier tonight, the shiny Snorlax. So I'm okay. And it's been a good day off from work too. So I really enjoyed it. Zach says, I'm still on bottom left, by the way. Okay. I think I'm going top right, or excuse me, top left on this one. I said top right for the Snorlax. I'm going top left now. I might have swapped it up and like said something about the bottom screen, but no, I'm going top left. On something. For some kind of shiny somewheres. Somewhere, somehow. You know, this is pretty quick for the encounters. I don't see how we haven't found a shiny yet. Just like in general. Anything. Because look. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. It's about 5 Mississippi. Slowpoke says, cause Slowpoke is my favorite Pokemon. You got it, Slowpoke. I believe in you. You know, the one thing about shiny hunting is you just gotta be persistent with it. You can't give up on it. Just can't. Can't do it. So yeah, we got this. We got this, y'all. We're gonna get something. Tokemon says, I always watch the middle left, so that's my guess. That's, yeah, I guess you can't really focus. It's hard to focus on all of them. It'll drive you crazy. So middle left, that's a good one to focus on, I feel like. And actually, to pick up the speed, I'm not gonna wait on the straggler. What I'm going to do here is just, if there's one straggler, something like this right here, and then apply that toward the next one. And Zach says, my favorite Pokemon is Shiny Rayquaza and Blaziken. Hey, that's awesome, Zach. Shiny Blaziken is pretty cool. I like Mudkip. I think Mudkip's one of my favorite starters, one of my favorite shinies as well. It ranks very highly up there, as well as Swampert as well. But Sceptile and Trico, very underrated as well. I love my Gen 3 starters. Gen 3 is amazing. Hopper says, dude, I hope my phone screen isn't going out. I just dropped brightness out of nowhere. Oh, dang, dude. I hate that for you, brother. Are you close to getting an upgrade on your account? And Zach said, it's been 127 encounters since Slowpoke. You said to get the shiny Slowpoke in 200 encounters. I love that you're keeping track. Cause yeah, we're gonna get a shiny something. I really hope it's the shiny Slugma. Slowpoke says it could be adjustable brightness. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I'm sure Hop, you know, knows that he probably didn't touch it, you know. So it just dropped brightness out of nowhere. That would be scary. Like, what are you doing? Zach says, I shouldn't be, but I am. I love that. Yeah, Nova sometimes will ask me how long have I been streaming, and then do the math on like how many encounters we've went through. Hopper says, I doubt it with my luck. I'll have to check about an upgrade. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking about, for sure. Slowpoke says, Nick, how many encounters till I will find it, you think? I almost say right about 1,000. Right about 1,000. I don't know why that sounds good, but it's not a good round number. And a good one too for shiny hunting. Alexam says, just got a random shiny Eevee. Oh, in what game, Alexam? That's awesome. ZA? Sorry, I forgot what you were playing. So many people playing so many different games, I forget. But yeah, in what game, Alexam? That's awesome. Art Ketchum, hey, welcome back in. Welcome back in, Art Ketchum. Good to see you again. ZA Shine Dex Living is up to... Oh, dang, you getting there. You freaking getting there fast. Keep up that grind, Ketchum. Keep up that grind. Matter of fact, for you, we'll turn the hat frontward. Ketchum Spirit. And Slowpoke says, oh damn. And Alexam says 4. Hopper says, nice Alexam. Evolutions are my favorite. Yeah, I do like a good shiny Umbreon. I think so does everyone else though. I like shiny Vaporeon. And Ketchum says, Fire Red Eevee Hunt is that. Okay, so you're coming up on halfway on odds. That's awesome. That's awesome. Good luck on that. It was only a few streams ago we found a shiny Eevee on Pokemon Fire Red, and we named it Hopper. So I love that. Alexam says, now to reset until I get Sparkle Power 3. You got it. You got it, Alexam. Slowpoke says, full HP Slowbro, level 32, because I didn't have one, but no shine. That would have been a good one. Zach says, Nick, a huge spider just landed on my leg, and I punched it so hard my leg is numb. Dang. I mean, it's understandable, but dang. Ketchum says, I made my shiny Shalfa Eevee, Umbreon. I wish I could do Umbreon in Fire Red, but I'm running Jolteon though. Yeah, in Pokemon Gold I found a shiny Eevee and we made an Umbreon, so in Pokemon Fire Red, I think I'm gonna make it a Vaporeon. I don't know. Zach says, it bit me before I killed it. Oh man. Hopefully it wasn't a poisonous one. Ketchum says, Alexam, do you just do 8 Tango berries? I've got a lot of Shalfas doing that. Pretty good question. Love the Shalfa. Kind of like a Schlundo. Not a Shundo. That's a shiny Hundo in Pokemon Go. But a Schlundo is a shiny lucky Hundo. Schlundo. It's fun to say. Zach says, thankfully it wasn't. Alexam says, I have Heavens and Tangas. Slowpoke says, I usually just find shinies, well, wandering around. Hey, that's the best way to find it. They always show when you least expect it, too. That's you hunting for. Hey, good luck on that, Alexam. Good luck on that hunt. That's going to be a good one. It's going to be a really good one. Ooh, good little neck crack there. Let's see, let's see. What are we getting this time? But yeah, Verizion's a good one. Ketchum says, I've gotten a few 3-power sparkling, 3-power alpha, and those are just insane. Guaranteed shiny alphas especially if it's a small hyperspace. Alex Sam says, yeah, those are crazy. There we go. I wouldn't mind a shiny Machop. That'd be really cool. At this point, a shiny anything up in here would be really cool. Zach says, I'm gonna hop over to ZA and see if I can't find a shiny Blaziken. I think you should, Zach. Good luck on that. Ketchum says, I get more hype for those donuts than I do some shiny. That's funny. Alexander says, Zach, you want to trade? I guess it would depend. Trade for what? Trade for what? Worm says 50 likes. Let's go. Hey, that's pretty quick too. That's awesome. So thank you all for coming in and liking the stream. That means a lot. So 50 likes. Let's go. Zach says, I don't have many good things on ZA. Me and you both. I haven't played very long. Alexander says, I'll give you some. New Pigger, what's going on? Says, how's your day? It's going good. It's going good. We've had a real good day. It's been a great Thursday. Hope you're having a great Friday, New Picker. Thank you again for being here. Always glad to see you pop in. Hope you're doing well. Zach says, and I'm on NA West servers. So yeah, New Picker, we did find the shiny Snorlax earlier. He popped up on the bottom left screen. And we named it Mills. Because he had asked about the hunt weeks in advance. Which was kind of funny. He almost caught it. I was already wanting to do one. If you know Pokemon Fire Red and you've been following, the streams, I've been kind of shiny hunting all the static encounters, Eevee, the legendaries, all that, the starters. So Snorlax was a pretty good guess of something that we were going to do up in the future. And someone earlier said something about, I think, was it Ichibo? Said something about Kabuto, and I was like, okay, that's a good one. So I've been saving that. And let's see here. Hopper says, says Picker, how are you doing? New Picker says, that's what's up. Slowpoke says, do shiny, shine, and leaf green. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Alexander says, I don't know what that means, gang. Oh, we're talking about AWS. I thought that's what's up, but, I think I might be wrong on it. I'm not up and hip with the new lingo. Ketchum says, did you get the Snorlax? And have you hunted Hitmonlee or Hitmonchan? Yep. So, in the party, actually, you can see at the bottom of this, maybe you can see at the bottom of the stream, that's our Pokemon Fire Red team of all the shinies that we had in our party. And the Snorlax, which we did find tonight, bottom left screen. That's what he pretty much looked like. And he was pretty blue. And to me, it was pretty obvious. I kept worrying like I was gonna miss it or something, but no, it's pretty obvious. Ketchum says, Invader says, after Lapras, I'm going to hunt the Hitmon bros. Ooh, love that. Yeah, I did get the shiny Hitmonlee, but Pokemon Gold, was it? I think we got the Hitmonchan from the shiny Tyrogue. Cause in Pokemon Gold, you get a free gift Tyrogue after beating the Karate King at I forget what cave it is, but yeah, I did a shiny hunt for that. We got the shiny Tyrogue, so that was a really cool hunt. Alexander says, Zach, do you want to try to trade? Hopper says, nice choice, Vader. Zach says, no, but thank you for offering. Pokemon Card says hello. Hey, welcome in, Pokemon Cards. Thank you for being here. Hope you're having a great night or morning. Jay says, nice, Invader. Still wanting you to join the Discord. LOL. Yeah, Zach said hi. Hopper said, what up, Pokemon Cards? Welcome in. Yeah, again, welcome in, welcome in. Burger's back. What's going on, Burger? How you doing? Burger says, I'm sorry, Nick. Time got away. We started playing Monopoly. No, that's great, Burger. That's freaking great, dude. Hope you had a great time with that. Thank you for popping back in here. That means a lot. And Invader said, still waiting on Jay's Shiny Lizard. That's funny. That's funny too. Burger says, how is everyone? Slowpoke says, Zach, how many encounters? And Ketchum says, I was going to get a Nidoking, an Arbok, and Dragonite, but I got Spearow and Mankey on accident. It do be like that. Hopper says, great, Burger. How's Monopoly? Pokemon Card says, yeah, it's 2:30 in the morning. Yeah, same time here. Jay says, hey, Burger. Ketchum says, semi-team is Blastoise, Fearow, Primeape, Alakazam, Jolteon, and Aerodactyl. And Pokejitsu, what's going on, Pokejitsu? How you doing? So just dropping by before bed. Hey, thank you for doing that. It means a lot. It means a lot for you to pop in here. Hope you had a good day. Pokemon Card says, I got a donut for Shiny. I'm hearing those donuts are good donuts. Burger says, I beat both my wife and kids. I don't let them win. You know the drill. You gotta let them know. You gotta let them know. That's awesome, Burger. Zach says, from a Shiny Ray or your Shiny Slowpoke. And Pokemon Card says, also dropped a sub and a like. Hey, thank you for doing that. That's awesome of you. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed the content. Welcome to the community. It's a really great community here. I look forward to doing this. Hopper says, hey, Pokey. Near Yon says, what do you think about Radical Red? I haven't played Radical Red. If I'm being honest, I've only played one Pokemon ROM. Like fan-made ROM, if you will, ROM hack. It was Blaze Black 2 Redux. Yeah, welcome in. Near, welcome in. Pokemon said, oh, 52 likes, thank you, thank you. First to appear is Machop, says Judah. Pretty good guess. I would be okay with a Machop. We've found 2 shiny Coughings, we've found 2 shiny Torkoals. I want the shiny Slugma though. That's one of my favorite Pokemon. Alexander says, Nick, what's a pet peeve of yours? Pet peeve is you know, I feel like I'm pretty considerate. I do have pet peeves, but that's a pretty good question. I'll have to think on that, Alex. Pokemon Card says, because they're a guaranteed 1 shiny. Jay says, not bad. How's yours, Berg? Berg says, wait, what? 531 subs? Nice, Nick. Hey, thank you, Burger. Thank you. That's awesome. And thank y'all. That is amazing. Holy crap. Slowpoke says the Slugma. I hope so. Yeah, that's the one I'm going for. And Near says it's pretty cool. I just started it 2 days ago. Difficult battles for sure, though. I believe in you. I believe in you. Burger says, hey, Jay. I'm putting Mrs. Burger on the show, Lost. Hey. That'd be a good one for me to go back and watch if I get some time to do that. Hopper says, Nick is blowing up. Let's go. And it's thanks to y'all. It's thanks to y'all that this channel is growing. Y'all make it such a really great and fun community, and y'all bring out the best version of me. I mean that. Burger says, Hopper, that's great. Slowpoke says, okay. Near says, dropped a sub though. By the way, I like the vibe in here. Hey, thank you, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I think you'll fit in great. I think you'll fit in just great. Yeah, it's just love, peace, and Pokemon. Jay says, oh nice, what episode you on, Berg? Oh, on Lost? Yeah. Burger says, did Mama Nova and May pop in tonight? Did I miss them tonight? Yeah, they did pop in. Nova said work kind of kicked her butt, so she was taking an early night out. And we always appreciate her popping in, saying hello. And Judah said, oh. Hopper says, Thanks, Near. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, again, no, thank you for subbing to the channel. It means a lot. Dropping a like as well. That's super cool. It says 55 like and 28 viewers. A lot better than when I started 4 months ago. I was talking to my friend earlier today. He's just now starting off streaming on a different platform, and I told him, I was like, you know, don't be afraid to just talk to the void, because that was kind of something I struggled with starting streaming, is, you know, just kind of talking. You know, I might literally know no one's watching, but when someone does pop in, at least you're talking, you're engaging. So it's just kind of the way that goes. Just gotta keep at it. So I'm really thankful for the. And Gamer says, wait, there's no line, no trunk, no treat. Says I'm confused. Hari, what's going on, Hari? Oh, you're talking about that's not fire red? Yeah, it's because I didn't really change the outlay, the overlay of the stream. We were shiny hunting Snorlax, but we found it, so now we're looking for shiny Slugma and Pokemon Ruby. So yeah, welcome in, Gamer. And Hari, how are you freaking doing, man? Good to see you, brother. Ko says still here, lurking. W. Hey, thank you, Ko. Thank you so much. Gamer says, wait, is this Gen 2? No, I'll do a soft reset real quick so you can see. But yeah, Night Pokejitsu, thank you for being here. And that Geo says, why is there 6 games? It's because we're shiny hunting. It's a 1 in 8,000 chance, so I'm trying to beat the odds here. And Jason says, hey, I'm sorry I'm late. No, welcome in, Jason. How you doing, brother? I knew the chat was exploding for some reason. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. How art thou? How goes it? And Zach says, we're over the 200 encounter mark now. Gamer says, that's hard to get. That's hard to get. Yep. Snorlax was a fun hunt, though. So welcome in, Gamer. Welcome in. Burger says, I understand, Nova. Been tired of long. Oh, yeah. And this summer, you know, the heat can take it out of you, too. It really can. Jay says, hey, Jason. Hey, Hari. So, yeah, welcome in, Hari. Welcome in, Jason. Good to see y'all. And everyone else popping in. Hopper says, Hari, now I'm curious. Spill the tea. Hari says, always doing good, man. Burger says, welcome, everyone. Jason says, hey, Jay. Hari says, yo. And Hari says, I fell asleep. Jason says, whoa, 57 likes. Hey, we're jumping it up there. Getting it up, getting it up. Slowpoke says, then I cast in 499 encounters. Hopper says, oh, that's hilarious, but not surprising. Zach says 217 now. Burger says, oh no, I forgot to tell you, 440 tries and finally got Shiny Mewtwo on Sword. Oh, nice! Congratulations, Burger. That's awesome, dude. That's freaking awesome. I love that for you, bro. That's a good one. You know we love a Shiny Mewtwo around here. So congrats on that, Burger. That's a big W. Capitalized. And Gamer says, I actually loved Fire Red as a kid and Leaf Green, but I can't beat it anymore. Yeah, I love playing these games as a kid. You know, shiny Pokemon's definitely kind of given me another spark in the love for Pokemon. And then like streaming this on top of it, being part of this community is amazing. Pokemon card says, bro, I've done so many back saves that a shiny spawned. Oh, that's awesome. Hari says, well, not surprised. Gamer says, because I haven't played in like 20 plus years. Hey, better late than never. Jason says, nice, Burger. Burger says, gave me a 20-year long time. Zach says, I got the shiny Blaziken in just 49 encounters. Yeah. That's freaking really good. And Gamer says, I wish I know how to beat it again. Well, I'm sure you look it up a little bit, you know, here and there. They changed it a little bit from Pokemon Red, but if you play Pokemon Red, it's very, very similar. Burger says, Jason, you lucky dog. Bro, I was starting to give up. Alexam says, yeah. Hopper says, hi. Just the antics you pull on stream. I'm not surprised by anything you do anymore. I just enjoy it. I love that. Y'all, if y'all haven't checked out more Hari, great streamer, great streamer. Slowpoke says, oh yeah, damn Zach. Burger says, hey Zach, on sword, very nice. Yeah, that's freaking awesome. Alexander says, W Zach. Gamer says, as a kid, I had full shiny Pokemon, like full team, until Gen 10 or Gen 7. Oh, that is awesome, gamer. You truly are a gamer. Hari says, Hopper, watch your back. Hey, that's funny. Zach says, I'm stealing Nick's luck. I'm gonna give it all back now. No, I need my shiny luck. Don't do it. Gamer says, I stopped playing Pokemon since Gen 7. As a kid, I played Gen 1, 2, and 3. And then, you know, Fire Red, Leaf Green. But once when I went to DS and Gen 4, by then I was in middle school. I was playing football, wrestling, calling girls after 9 o'clock when minutes were free. You know, my priorities changed. But when I got into college, I started playing Pokemon in my what little downtime I did have. I started playing Pokemon again. Pokemon card says, you can have some of mine. Hey, and ZZ Lemon, or ZZ Leon, welcome in, by the way. Worm says, vote for me for president. Hari says, Hopper, Burger, Quacksire, gonna double team you. Pause. Zach says, take it back, Nick, take it back. That's funny. Hopper says, ZZ, welcome. Yes, welcome in. Gamer says, I actually have the Leaf Green on the Switch now. Zach says, take your look back. I know, right? You know, I think I can just make my own look. You know, I think that's how lucky we get here. And Chin says, you're handsome. Thank you, Chin. Hopper says, I ain't worried. I ain't got no worries. And, let's see, Zach says, Burger, no, not on sword. Legend ZA. And let's see, Jason says, of course, I had the Shiny Charm for the Mewtwo, Uxie, and Tapu Bulu hunts. Gamer says, now I'm booting up for OG times. Gamer says, tried to beat. Slowpoke says, can I have some of your luck, Alexam? You know, if you got a little extra, I'll take some too. Oh, excuse me. Zach says, Slowpoke, here, take Nick's luck from me. No. Gamer says, with full shiny. And let's see here. Jason, Burger says, Jason, I got lucky and got Shiny Flareon and Jolteon in less than 10 tries. That's my highlight. Nice. Hopper says, Hari, sorry I missed the stream earlier. I was taking a nap and guess you were too. Oh, that's funny. Zach says, no problem, man. Gamer says, I wish I could give you the Pokemon you're looking for, but I lost the game. It's very kind words though, Gamer. Burger says, Zach, I don't know why I was not a fan of ZA Legends. I just feel like I didn't give it a good enough chance because I'm in the same boat. But I recognize I may not have given it a fair chance. How long you got to give something to give it a fair chance? I don't know. That's the question. And Hari says, Hopper, taking your mod privileges away as we speak. Oh, that's funny, Hari. That's funny, Hari. ZZ says, yo, shiny whooper pooper. Hey, I did find a shiny whooper pooper. And what do we name it? You know, that could have been named Hopper, actually. The shiny whooper we found. I'm not sure. It's been a long time since we caught one of those. It was on Pokemon Gold. Jason says, nice, I got my shiny Shadow Dialga and Go on the first raid. Oh, that's a really good one, Jason. again, thank you for being here, y'all. Really appreciate all y'all being here. Alright, says I love ZA. Might play it again anytime soon. Hopper says I never played it, but I agree with Burger from what I've seen. Jay says LOL. Gamer says, have you found a shiny Aluya and Ho-Oh? We did, yeah, on Pokemon Gold. We did find the shiny legendaries in that. And that was some of my favorite, most anticipated hunts, was the Lugia and the Ho-Oh. Hopper says, I love you, brother Hari. You're awesome. Hari is amazing. And again, y'all, if y'all haven't checked out more Hari, great streamer, great person, great character. Love him. Zach says, I also got a shiny Bladeskin on Pokemon Champions on mobile, along with Umbreon, Charizard, Duskform, Lycanroc, Greninja, and Salazzle. Well, I like saying Salazzle. Salazzle. All of which are shiny. Ooh. ZZ says, should I hunt Ray or Necrozma? I would say Necrozma. I don't know. Either one's a W. Pokemon card says definitely Necrosis. Mahari says, love you too, fam. Jason says, I like ZA a lot. Until I got all the non-legendary, non-mythical Pokemon except Frigibax. Megan says, what Pokemon are you shiny hunting? Specifically the shiny Slugma. Good question. Good question. Because we have found 2 shiny Coughing, we found 2 shiny Torkoal. We haven't found a shiny Nomal, believe it or not, or a shiny Machop. But the 10% shiny Slugma, that's what we're going after. So welcome in, Megan. Gamer says my favorite is the starters to shiny hunt. I think, yeah, it's a toss up between starters and legendaries for me. I also like doing this, like route hunting. This is fun because you don't know what you're gonna get. Megan says, cool. Hari says, gonna play some Champions games before I go to sleep. I'll catch y'all later. Hey, thank you for popping in here, Hari. Thank you so much. CZ says, I'm gonna switch from Ray to Necrozma and Sword and Shield. Jason says, I mean, I got them all shiny, except Frigibax. Nice, nice. Pokemon card says, I'm gonna be honest, just because of you, Nick, I'm gonna stop being lazy and finish the DLC post game. Let's go. I'm glad I could be somewhat of an inspiration to someone, because that's really what we're here for, is not for the shiny Pokemon. We've already found the shiny legendaries. You, all y'all watching. What is really important to me is that this is a community where we're very much embedded in positivity, uplifting others, encouraging others that they are strong enough, that you can do whatever you set your mind to. And, you know, that's why I recommend Hari as well so many times, because he shares the same attitude, the same mentality. So that's Hari says, I know I'm kind of late, but congrats on the big 500 subs. Hey, thank you, Hari. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. To get the memberships, you gotta have 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours. Well, we're over 500 subs and we're almost at 3,000 watch hours. It's a few days behind. So 5 days ago we were at 2,600 watch hours, like 26 and a half. So who knows, by now we could be right there at 3,000 watch hours. So it needs a few days to update. So that's really awesome. Thank y'all for all the love and support. You are so good to me. ZZ says you should play Gen 8 and Gen 9. Well, I definitely want to do some streaming on Winds and Waves when that comes out. 24 Yamato says Snorlax spawns here. It does not. I just found the shiny Snorlax earlier, and then I swapped over to Pokemon Ruby, and I didn't really change the layout of the stream, so it is confusing. 24, but welcome in, by the way. Jason says, what do you want to do, Slowpoke? Gamer says, what's so special about it? Burger says, Hopper, I just scroll up and make sure all is good and nothing was missed. Nice, nice. Thank y'all. Invader says, yeah, let's encourage everyone too to get their shiny. I love that too. And ZZ says, oh no, I forgot to subscribe. I'm so sorry. Hey, thank you so much. That means a lot. That means a lot to me, ZZ. Thank you so much. I love doing these streams. I look forward to doing these. Slowpoke says, I don't think I can get shiny at Slowpoke in any game. I'm not good enough, I guess. No, you are good enough. You know you are, Slowpoke. Quit kidding yourself. Again, thank you so much, ZZ. That means a lot. Welcome to the family. Hope you really enjoy it here. Hopper says, thanks, ZZ. Jay says, burger, LOL. Gamer says, but should I play Gen 8 or Gen 9? Oh, Gen 8. Sword and Shield. Burger says, Nick, thank you for having a channel that welcomes us and focuses not only on Pokemon, but everyone's day and different interests as we have. I love it. Thank you, Burger. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I've been very much blessed to just be a part of this community. So what we're doing here, what y'all have helped create, is bigger than us. It always is. 24 says, so are you going to anything specific or whatever shines first? Yeah, Shiny Slugma. It's my favorite Pokemon. So many people pop in and say, what's your favorite Pokemon? And I'll say Shiny Slugma. And of all the shinies we've caught on the channel, I've never caught a Shiny Slugma. So I want it here on the 10% encounter, not, you know, on Fire Red at the 100% encounter place. But Zach Edit says, hey Nick, I'm back with a Shiny Mega. Hey, got the Shiny Mega. So welcome back, Zach. Welcome back. Hopper says W Burger. Pokemon card says just made. Oh, sorry, went fast. Burger says I have a question, but don't feel like putting it in here. I'll put it tonight in the Discord. Awesome, love it, Burger. Gamer says I'm subbing by. Hey, thank you, Gamer. I thank y'all, all y'all, for subbing to the channel and dropping by, leaving a like. That means a lot, y'all. Hope to see y'all again soon. Hope y'all enjoy the rest of your night as well. Alexander says nice cards. Trust me, the points you have to get for Rayquaza is worth it. Gamer says bye everyone. Yeah, and thank you for being here, Gamer. Hopper says thanks, Gamer, appreciate you. Megan says funny story, my first Pokemon I ever caught was a shiny. Wait, what? Because my friend let me play Pokemon Go on their phone, and while I waited for him to come back to the bathroom, I got a shiny Rock and Roll. Oh, that's a good one. I only have that one on Pokemon Go. I have over 200 shinies on Pokemon Go. Slowpoke says no, I'm not good enough. You are good enough, Slowpoke. And ironically, you're the only thing holding you back from being successful of everything, of every goal you've ever wanted to achieve. You're the only person holding you back from it. Tokimon says, watching T-Witch, but I'm lurking, listening to you guys, and I love your stream and community. Thank you, Tokimon. It means a lot. I'm glad that, you know, so many people find like peace and happiness here, and just the community itself, and just how welcoming y'all are and how considerate y'all are. And yeah, I mean, like I said, I truly love doing this. I look forward to doing these streams. Burger says, wait. Yeah, we can't do Shiny Pikachu if you haven't caught Shiny Slugma. Well, we'll do a target Pokemon, you know, like a Pikachu, but yeah, we'll come back to Slugma at some point. Kind of stuff. Oh wow, all normal here. Weird. Zuski says, what emulator is this? This is a, well, first I want to always say, use a cartridge and a GB flash dumper, so you don't illegally download a ROM or get a virus on your computer, but then MGBA. Mega says, funnily enough, I got a shiny Rayquaza after an hour or two. Nice. Burger says, Slowpoke, yes you can. I would love to see you try and share your experience with us. Alexander says, how did you make it so fast, Cards? Yeah, right? That's really good. Card says, because I have the hyper berries for it. Oh. ZZ says, bro, how did you get a Ray? I'm hunting over 12 hours for a Ray. But this guy? Yeah, the first one I lost, and just remind y'all, all y'all that are shiny hunting for Rayquaza on this Gen 3 game, he knows the outrage, so he can confuse himself and hurt himself in his own confusion. Let's see. Something in my teeth. Anyway, Burger says, Shiny Pikachu is harder than Slugma. How about it's Slugma next stream? Yeah, it's just one of these hunts that we just keep going back to it. Pikachu is going to be hard, but I want to at least try for it. Welcome in, Kel. Gallagher, welcome in. Says hi again. Jason says, I threw a Pikachu covered in a melted cheese at Burger. Burger says, Shiny Pikachu is harder than Slugma. Oh, I read that one. Hopper says, Slowpoke, you're good enough. You can't think like you have so much potential. You will never find it if you don't think you're good enough. Exactly, Hopper. And as I always say, if you believe in yourself as much as I believe in you, you're in great shape. Mega says, I still haven't ever shiny hunted. Maybe I should. It's fun. It's fun. You know, when I first started learning about shinies, I didn't really understand what the hype was about, but once when you find one, it's a little addictive. Pokemon card says, time to fight Primal Kyogre. Ooh, good luck on that. Hopper says, hey Kel, how you doing? Zach says, Nick, want to hear a cool fact? Shiny Rayquaza isn't black. He's a deep forest green. What? That's a deep forest green? Oh no, I gotta go with more of a light black. Hopper says, Megan says, go for it. It's a slow process, but the win is incredible. Well put. That was well put, Hopper. Burger says, if you catch Shiny Pikachu fast, I'm gonna have to get Nick a tattoo, tramp stamp. Oh, that'd be great. Oh, that'd be great. Alright, so I'll make y'all a deal. If we get the Shiny Slugma, alright, no matter what, on the next 6 screens, if we get a shiny Pokemon, whatever it is, I'll get a tattoo of that shiny. Let's see what happens. It was about to be a friggin' Torkoal. Well, looks like I'm getting no new tattoo. I do have 4 Pokemon tattoos. I'm gonna use a 5th one, especially a shiny. Zach says on the cards in the anime is a deep. Oh, okay, I could believe that because they do change things up a lot. I mean, for their sprites. But we're at 3 hours, so where are we at? 4 hours on the stream. I want to push it to 6 hours if I can, at least 5. But I'm gonna take a quick little breaky break. Go use the restroom real fast. Maybe give me another drink. Oh wow, over 2,000 views on the stream already. That is wicked. So anyway, yeah, just give me a minute or two. I'll be right back. Alright, Shady's back. What kind of shenanigans did I miss this time? Zach says, are you German? You should have seen me on the last stream. I was actually looking pretty German on the last stream. I had the whole lederhosen with a fedora going on, with a gingham plaid. I mean, I was straight Bavarian looking on the last stream. First time I ever did that. Megan says, I have 16 total shinies, but I want to start shiny hunting. Shiny hunting's fun. What game do you have 16 shinies on? Hopper says, oh, Zach is German as well? That's cool. Zach says, is that a bad thing? I have black mane Suicune. ZZ says, I will get a shiny in 22 hours of hunting Dynamax hunts. I believe in you, ZZ. Burger says, it's 12 a.m. where I'm at. It's 3 here. Yeah, it hit that hour. Jason says, honestly, I don't know. At minimum, probably 500-700 just on my Switch games. And Go, probably over 2,000. Oh, yeah. Now, see, Jason is that shiny hunting goat, y'all. Burger says, Nick was yodeling. Yodeling? I was yodeling. I was. Jay says, not much. Puff, puff, break. Jay, it's puff, puff, pass. I'm just kidding. Invader says, yes, Nick was a good little German boy. I'm a good little German boy. I'll tell you what else. I'm a real boy. Pokemon card says, just beat Primal Kyogre. Nice. Congratulations on that. That's a good one. Jay says, LOL, Dad. ZZ says, I'm German. Nice. Exprek Betty Netherlands. I've been trying to learn a little bit of Dutch. Not Dutch, but I know very, very little German. Like, I'm not even gonna pretend like I do. And Hopper says, nice cards. And Megan says, my shinies are spread across Pokemon Sapphire, Go, Legends. Nice. I love that. Again, welcome in, Megan. Zach says, I'm German, but was raised in Canada. Oh, you know, we got a lot of Canadians on the stream. That is awesome. Love all my Canadian friends. Jay says, or Burger says, Jay, same. Just finished up sparking up. Hey. Burn one. Burn one. Well, here in 1 hour and 12 minutes, it'll be 4:20. Burger says, good little German boy he was, with a mustache. You know, that's something I've never had, is like just a mustache. Trying to look at my face cam right now. Visualize, what would I look like? The mustache. I don't know. I feel like that's a big commitment. Like, you know, it's not something I can just like swap back the next day and go to full beard. Slowpoke says, I found a shiny, but I don't know what Pokemon it was, and it turned night. Interesting. Pokemon card says, way easier than I thought. I beat it before it hit half the donut power. That's pretty smooth. And KY Wrestling Bear says, hi, hey, welcome back in, KY. Good to see you again. Maybe you've popped in here before, so welcome back, welcome back. I like the name Wrestling Bear too, that's pretty cool. Reminds me of Khabib, you know, the UFC Russian fighter. There's videos of him wrestling a bear when he was like 7 years old. This bear's like on a chain and he's wrestling it. And then as he's gotten older, like, he still wrestles bears, which is super cool. And Judo, Kel, welcome back in. Welcome back in. Slowpoke says, Shafa Aaron. Jason says, ever heard of this thing called Rogue Mega Rush in ZA? I personally have not. It's this thing where you rebattle every Mega and Primal you fought during the story back to back, and you only get 3 team heals. That sounds like a fun little challenge, though. Hopper says, hey Judo, welcome in. Hopper says, Bear, welcome back. Pokemon card says, Slowpoke, I've been trying to get Shalfa Aaron for so long. ZZ says, I'm in need of a shiny. I bought a Ray shampoo day for extra luck. Nice. Invader says, oh, what if we found shiny Grimer? Wouldn't that be nice too? Yeah, that'd be crazy. I'd probably lose my top, because it's only a 2% encounter. So you're absolutely right, Invader. That would be freaking lit. Which, as you see, Coughing's more popular, but it's swapped in Sapphires. Like, you're more likely to get a Grimer than a 2% chance of a Coughing. And it's like, we've already found 2 shiny Coughings. Instead of doing a hunt specifically for Coughing, I might just see if I find another Coughing in this area before we find the shiny Grimer. Because I told Game Boy Cardi I would find a shiny Coughing and name it after him, because he specifically asked for a Coughing. So I think I might just wait to see if we find a 3rd shiny Coughing here before I do a target hunt of a Coughing. So who knows, our next stream might be Pikachu, believe it or not. Hopefully Burger's watching. Or, actually, could be a surprise to him. That'd be really cool too. Pokemon card says Lucky. Judicail waved. What's up, what's up? Wrestling Bear says, bro, there's a spider or some type of insect in my bed, and I've no clue of how it got here. Been there. I can one up it. I hate to one up you here, but I've had a scorpion fall on my head while I was sleeping. It's just a little wood scorpion, but yeah, I'm not big on spiders myself either. Slowpoke says, okay, it's not a Shafa. I don't know why, but there's an error with the red eyes. Turned out it wasn't shiny. Ah, just the blue eyes, huh? No red eyes. So the alphas have red eyes. Oh, I bet that is confusing, because the shiny Aaron would have red eyes. That's what I would look for. ZZ says no. My friend just got 2 shiny back to back. That's happened to me in Pokemon Go one time. I clicked on a Pokemon, it was a shiny, and the very next one I clicked on was a shiny Pinsir. That was pretty lit. And Omega says, how do you control all 6 of those? Through a PS5 controller, which still blows my mind that I'm playing Pokemon on a PS5 controller. Now, I'm using a PC, and again, in case you are just popping in, we use a Pokemon Ruby cartridge, a GB flash dumper, and we do it with all of our, games that we shiny hunt on, and use an emulator. And then if I find the shiny on a certain screen, I'll just click and keyboard, for that screen. But just control all 6 of them, PS5 controller, which is crazy. Burger says, I'm watching. Awesome, love it, Burger. Well, since I'm not going to surprise you with it, we're going to do a shiny Pikachu hunt on the next stream. When I was taking my little 3-minute break, I was kind of thinking about it, and the whole Coughing, what are we going to do in the next stream? I was kind of already thinking, have the gears turning. I was like, you know what? Let's go ahead and at least try for a Pikachu. Let's try. Jay says, LOL. And Megan says, I don't know anything about emulators. I'm not very tech savvy myself. I just really love Pokemon, and that's the only reason why I got this figured out. It was a lot of trial and error on stuff. But I need to be making more videos to kind of going into detail to educating people of how to do it, if you want to do it like this. Because I've made a lot of mistakes in the process myself. Pokemon card says time to fight Groudon. Wrestling Bear says no comment on that. Slowpoke says they were red. Just it was alpha and red. Jason says I beat the Rogue Mega Rush. It also includes regular Groudon, Kyogre, Darkrai, Rayquaza, and all 3 forms of Zygarde. I couldn't have had one team heal left if I didn't think I was going to fight Mega Zygarde. Pokemon card says every Mega fight for me ends pretty fast. Omega says, I think I might Shiny Hunt Bayonet and Sapphire. Oh, that's cool. At the top of Mount Pyre. Yeah, I did a Duskull hunt there, and one of my dream shinies is that 2% chance Chimecho up there. Burger says, sorry I missed a bit. Need munchies and drinks? Yeah, so again, we're going to do the Shiny Pikachu hunt on the next stream. I do believe I'm going to make that happen for us. Who knows, we're probably going to get something different, but we're going to at least try for it. Jay says, I won the wheel spin at Rybo's stream and got a Skarmory named after me. Nice, and that's a really good one, Jay. Dang, dude. Nice. And if you pop back into Rybo's, let him know Nick said congrats on that shiny Skarmory. That's awesome. Slowpoke says, there's a shiny and it's driving me nuts because I can't find it. Hey, you and me both. Jason says, especially if you have the Gorgigites and Annihilate to use Trick or Treat to turn the Mega into part Ghost type and smash it with Rage Fist. Sounds like an excellent strategy, Jason. Hopper says, you got fuel up, Burger. ZZ says, does any still play Dynamax Leggy thing? It's been a while for me. Wrestling Bear says, I don't like spiders, so I'm gonna just sleep on my beanbag or something. Oh, we could always relocate the spider. Alexander says, my Switch died and I can't hunt for Verizon, so how's your morning been, Nick? Pretty good, pretty good. I'm gonna have to go to bed here, probably maybe about 2 hours to, you know, get up for work the next day kind of thing, but so far so good. We had a good Thursday. I was off all day Thursday, so squeezing every last bit of this Thursday out. So thank you for asking, Alexam. How's yours? Burger says, hey, I'm here for it. I can't wait. Nice, nice, Burger. Love that. Jay says, no, it's regular Skarmory. It's a Nuzlocke. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha. I still got named after the Skarmory, though. Ko says, still here. Awesome, love that, Ko. Jason says, so I shouldn't tell you about the spider in your hair, Wrestling Bear? Got it. Oh, that almost sounded like it rhymed. You unlocked your inner Dr. Seuss, Jason. Wrestling Bear says it's literally 3 a.m. here. Yeah, Jason says it's 3:18 here. 3:19 here. So it sounds like we're in the same time zone. Georgia. Georgia. Omega says, sometimes I'll trade my brother all my best Pokemon for some of his worst ones. Oh, you're a great brother. I don't have any brothers or sisters, but I would never get my shinies. You kidding me? I'm just kidding. I probably would. And then I'll reset the game and play with a challenge like grass only. We use a team still proofs. You know, I kind of like the idea of doing like a shiny only playthrough, but doing like using only pink shinies or like a certain like color scheme. I like when people do that. Alakazam says, pretty boring until I got that Shalfa Torchic. That's a good one though. ZZ says, can anyone help me please with Shiny, Ray, and Dynamax adventures? Link code is 11111111. Pokemon card says Primal Groudon time. Wrestling Bear says, Jason, there's 0 spiders in my hair. That's funny. Burger says, it's 12:19 here. Oh, what I would give for it to be 12:19 again. Alexam says 2:19 for me. Pokemon Card says, what typing is Primal Groudon again? Primal Groudon I think is Fire and Ground. Because, you know, I've always been confused on that. Always assumed that Groudon was Fire and Ground type, but he's not until he becomes Primal. Then he gets the Fire type added. And Jason says, nice Pokemon cards. Remember, it's immune to water. Burger says, yo, Nick, you got a friend in me. I had to sing it like that. Or brother in me. Awesome. You got a brother in me too, Burger. This is one big happy family in every sense of the word or phrase. Pokemon card says, I forgot that. Jason says, it's Fire and Ground, but its ability cancels out the water weaknesses. Oh, because yeah, otherwise it would be like 4 times weak to water. So then how would you attack it? It's because grass ain't gonna help. Pretty good question there. I like it. Slowpoke says, I got non-available shiny. And Megan says, I just remembered that. Out of sleep. So good night, guys. Hey, thank you for being here, Megan. Appreciate you being here and engaging in the chat. That means a lot. Jay says, after midnight here. After midnight. Hopper says, night, Megan. Pokemon card says, yeah, I don't know if I can beat this because none of my moves can do real damage. Yeah, that's a... Talking about the Primal Groudon. I'm trying to think of... What's our attack strategy here? Ice. Well, no, because fire. Because I'm thinking, you know, how would you attack the ground type? Hold on, I got you. It's so cool. Chill out. I got you. What is Primal Groudon's weakness? So you can use ground type. That makes sense. Because then the ground type itself would actually hurt the fire typing in it. Huh. And Jason says, is it a jumping spider bear? Pokemon card says, I gotta switch my moves now. Wrestling Bear says, Jason, 0 clue. Burger says, Jay, you in the West? Jay says, yep. Pokemon card says, okay, let me swappy Tyranitar's moveset real quick. Jason says, ever heard of the cartoon Lucas the Spider? Basically that, but real life bear. It's pretty good, Jason. Slowpoke says, Shiny Pidgey. You know, I think the only Shiny Pidgey I've ever caught was Pokemon Go. And Burger says, same. Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't found any shiny yet. Other than the Snorlax, of course. And Alexam says, I like spiders. You know, we do have a wildlife expert analyst here in Jason. Jason is very knowledgeable about wildlife, reptiles, spiders, the whole shebang. Slowpoke says, should I mega it? Wrestling Bear says, only thought of where it came from was under my door. I noticed it was on me when I felt it on my arm. You know, sometimes they can come through vents. Stuff like that. What if I told y'all, I think Jason, I know has heard this story. I used to live in this cabin, right? One day I came home from work and went up to my bedroom, and it was about 20 hornets. Now, if you're not familiar with the hornets here in Georgia, they're about the size of my thumb. They're friggin' massive. Like, that's not kidding. They're friggin' huge. And I had about 20 of them in my room. And the thing was, I just turned out the light, and it kind of like froze them. Like they were like in a stunned state. And Jason says, I have an annoyingly high amount of Pidgeys and fletching Shiny and ZA. Instead of annoyingly amount. Slowpoke says, yeah, I'm keeping it on my team. Talking about that shiny Pidgey. That's cool. Make a great shiny Pidgeot one day. ZZ says, wait, your stream isn't like the other. It's special. Thank you, ZZ. Your words are very kind. Jason says, I have 4 tarantulas and a bearded dragon. See? Our wildlife expert, Jason. Sorry, I'm having to keep clear of my throat. Like, believe me, it's irritating me. But I think I just need to drink more water. I do a lot of talking, like at my job and obviously on stream as well. So yeah, I just gotta remember to stay hydrated when I can. Alakazam says, did you know Charizard is capable of melting 10,000 tons of ice in a couple attacks? I did not know that, Alakazam. I do believe it though. Charizard is a beast. Wrestling Bear says, good for you, Jason. Burger says, 20, LOL, Nick. I would have set a room on fire. Yeah, it was pretty intense. Yeah, looking back on it, I have a little bit like maybe PTSD from it. It was like living through a freaking horror movie. Because like I said, these hornets are huge. So you go up to your bedroom and you just find 20 of them just flying around. Yeah, it's pretty wicked. Burger says, I love bearded dragons and geckos. Burger says, Nick, water break, bro. Oh yeah, no, see, I just got one too. Killed it. Pokemon card says, okay guys, I'm going to absolutely obliterate this Primal Groudon now. My tactical adjustment is good. And Jason says, thankfully, likely will not sting you unless you agitate them, Nick. Whenever I try to, yeah, I think you're right for the most part. They're not going to unless you start acting like crazy and frantic. Wrestling Bear says, now thinking of stink bugs. Alakazam says, did you know Typhlosion is capable of decimating a town with about 2 flamethrowers? Oh, it sounds like he's going to compete with Charizard for the biggest bad A. Hopper says, good luck, Pokemon cards. Burger says, ZZ, keep going, don't give up. Slowpoke says, ZZ, you can do it. That's the kind of community this is. Burger says, cards, good luck. Pokemon card says, I don't need luck. I have Mega Tyranitar. That's what I'm talking about. And that's the attitude. That's the attitude. Hopper says, ZZ, you got this. Jason says, gets them on my hand. I know he didn't. Jay says, hey, me and Pokemon got a champions battle. Anyone want to watch? LOL. That's funny. Now we gotta choose sides. Who are we pulling for? Jay or Pokemon? I'm just kidding. Burger says, Jay, where? ZZ says, after 22 hours in DA, I'm giving up without any shinies. For now, maybe just take a break from it, you know? Doesn't mean you have to quit altogether on it. It's good to take a break. Pokemon card says, so apparently I have to remake the donut? Huh. Wrestling Bear says, Jason, the creature I'm dealing with is striped looking. If anyone's going to identify, it's going to be Jason. Jay says, Champions Room code 8854 1174. Burger says, Jay wins. Burger chose a side so fast there. Alakazam says, did you know Blaziken Kick is as powerful as 15 Dynamite, whatever the word for a collection of those is? Dang. Burger says, no offense, Pokemon, LOL. Yeah, I have heard that Jay's really good. He puts the champion in Pokemon Champions. Jay says, everyone runs to watch Neo versus Morpheus, LOL. LOL. JK. That's funny. ZZ says, no, I'm not giving up. Ray is not giving up on me. Love it. Slowpoke says, I said I couldn't find a shiny. I know I have a shiny Pidgeot, so ZZ, you can do it. You know who else can do it? Jay. Not just winning Pokemon Champions, but in case y'all didn't know, Jay is shiny hunting for a Charmander in Pokemon Fire Red on a Switch, the hardcore OG way, soft resetting. And he is well over 11,000 on the resets, pushing 12,000 on the resets, so he's well over odds. So I believe in you, Jay. You can do it. And Burger says, Alakazam gives a Pikachu fact. Alakazam says, hold up, Burger. Burger says, bet, Alakazam. Pokemon says, I'm a little nervous because you guys believe in Brother Jay. LOL. Nah, you got this. You got this. You got this too. Just fair warning you, I've heard, I don't know, I've never played Pokemon Champions, but I've heard Jay puts the champions in Pokemon Champions. So, if you beat Jay, you're going to take the belt. Jason says, I've seen Yellow Jacket nests in the ground and only one of them flew up to me to see what I was or if I was a threat to the nest. I gently shooed it away and after that, they acted like I wasn't there. Slowpoke says, everyone can do everything they want if they try hard enough, so nobody quit. Exactly, you can do anything you set your mind to. Hey, like if you want to find a shiny Coughing, just look to the right, upper right screen. Let's go, we just found Game Boy Cardi. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Smooth. Love this. At least we finally found a shiny. Jay says, nice, W. And Burger says, Hopper, I got 4 shines on Jay. Winning what you want. ZZ says, W, name it Pineapple Trust. Oh yeah, I promised Game Boy Cardi I would name him after a shiny. So I might have to do it with this one. Like I said earlier, you know, I was going to do a whole specific hunt for a Coughing on Fire Red, but I did just find him a shiny Coughing. That's nice. Wrestling Bear says, I'm going to just deal with the thing I'm dealing with in the morning when my parents are awake. Smooth. Burger says, "Ooh, nice." Oh yeah, hopefully this guy doesn't like, go like boom on us and like use like self-destruct or something, right? No, he doesn't learn that until like what, level 23 or something? Level 25? So I think we're good there. Let me go get some more to drink because I'm about dead here. What time is it? We still got plenty of time. So yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Slowpoke says, "I now feel inspired that I found a shiny I'm playing with noise on. Finally, I usually don't play with noise, so I think it's cause I'm inspired and I'm going to do the thing I want." Love it, Slowpoke. Alakazam says an individual Pika is a minor threat. However, when a large group of Pika are together, the collective chi electricity spontaneously forces massive thunderstorms across the landscape. Burger says Master Ball the coughing. Just cause it matches, you know. ZZ says, "I'm gonna bet Necrozma. It will be blue." Alright, so yeah, let's get this guy. Why don't we? And let's see here. How about hit it with a mean look? You can mean mug it. Can't escape now. Alright, let's see here. Bag. What are we twerking with? Only. Oh my god. Only 20 Ultra Balls? I can't believe I even showed up to this hunt looking like this. What am I wearing? Only 20 Ultra Balls? What the f... Alright, let's go. First try, are you serious? So how many letters I got? Game Boy. I don't know if I have enough for Game Boy Cardi. I'm gonna try it. Game Boy. Oh yeah, I don't. We can name it Game Boy or Cardi. Go Game Boy. Burger says coughing uses self-destruct. But yeah, I don't think he learns it till level 25, so I think I was good there. I definitely need to save that. So yeah, that was a good one. Nice, nice. So let's see here. Welcome in, Kiki, by the way. So that was the second shiny we have found on stream tonight. We found our target, shiny Snorlax. We came back. I mean, we've tried this thing, this shiny Slugma, forever. Like 8 different tries here. What is that now? 3 shiny Coughings and 2 shiny Torkoals. We're not giving up though. Anyway, if you know what the next hunt's going to be, then you already know. If you don't know, then you will know on the next stream. Anyway, I love y'all. I think we're going to go ahead and cut it off here. It's pushing 4 a.m. I want to do a little bit of a longer stream, but we did back-to-back, and I think, what is it? We'll do another stream Saturday night. So until then, y'all, love y'all. Y'all be good, and I'll see y'all again soon.